All right, we will get started in just a little bit, and I'm carrying over the Christmas music. Yeah, she's kind of annoying. I don't know if anybody else finds her annoying or not, but even apart from the figgy pudding, yeah, she says, sounds like she should be on Sesame Street. I think she would do well there. But at any rate, I hope everybody had a great Christmas. As Tim and Teresa know, I was in the workshop late last night trying to finalize this machine that belongs to Terry from Ohio, rather late. The PFAFF models that have the automatic mechanism are probably one of the most complicated machines to adjust and to tune than any other machine that I've worked on. They're just quite a bit of a nightmare. And as the title suggests, this machine was really destined for Zigzag only. When it came to the workshop, it was apparent that someone else had tried to tinker on it because some of the screws on top of the mechanism had damage to them, like someone was trying to break them free to get at the mechanism, and they weren't careful. And so I told Terry that right away. She said, "Yep, I noticed that as well." I don't know if she or someone in her family had taken a swing at it, but they were unsuccessful. So this machine that you're looking at on screen right now arrived, and it could only straighten Zigzag. That was it. I'll show you some of the initial sew-offs I did trying to test the mechanism. It's kind of what we were getting right here on the top part of it. Not so great. And once I determined that the mechanism was faulty and I removed it and installed a new one and adjusted that one, we started to have some really, really good looking success here. And then ultimately, last night I was testing her on some leather as well. We'll be doing some of these sew-offs also today. Has about, if you count the fact that it can do single or twin needle patterns, it can do over 80 patterns, 80. with this machine. And that's why it's so complex to get the mechanism working like it's supposed to be working. And of course, the straighted zigzag is kind of where we started. This was after the adjustments. Some good looking stitching there too. But way back when I was, when I'm initially trying to get this mechanism adjusted properly, I think I told you before that I don't use material and thread, I use paper. And so here you can kind of see some of the stitch patterns starting to come to life. I'm trying to look at the laptop. I think you can see those. So that's something you can do at home too. If you're testing out a new machine and you don't want to waste the thread or thread it all the way up, you can always use paper, and just plain white paper gives you a real good indication of how that pattern is laying down. There's some of the final ones that I tested right there. I'm getting a little bit of a reflection off of there. I can't tell. It apparently doesn't like white paper. There you can sort of see it. But at any rate, a really long road for this this PFAFF 332. Trying to get things right. Some more stitch offset. Some were good, some were not. There was testing the, this has an adjustment on Control E, and you can decide how many times you want that pattern to repeat. So if you go for the maximum repeat, you're going to get 4 to 5 pattern repeats. If you reduce it, you can get 1 or 2. And I'll show you that during the live stream today. And that's important to know and to understand that, so that you can dictate how you want that pattern to present on your project, whatever project you're working on. I'll give you a closer look at that mechanism. I don't know of anyone else on the internet that's done a reinstall or repair, because it's a very technical process. The service manual, the service manual for the 332 and the 230 automatic is not real helpful, and it's rather detailed. It's rather detailed, so you end up going more with your experience and your intuition than you do with the resource of the manual. Germans are really good designers and developers when it comes to creating masterful machines, but they don't do quite as well in writing manuals. Their manuals are, writing a manual is just a science. If you've ever remembered that exercise back in the day when you were in school, that exercise where you had to write out detailed directions on how you would make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. We did this in science class. I don't know if anyone else did it or not, but in science class, we had to write out every single step to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And then we had to go in front of the class, and the teacher went in front of that jar of peanut butter and that loaf of bread. And if we messed up, somehow we didn't describe something properly, we missed a step, the teacher would just stand there and look at you. It was so embarrassing. Did anyone else do that exercise in science class where you had to write down, I mean, I'm now touching the jar with my left hand. I'm now turning the jar counterclockwise to open it until the lid is removed. You had to say the lid was removed. Otherwise, the teacher would embarrass you and just keep turning the lid round and round and round, and then try to get into the top of the jar, with the knife, tapping on the metal. Just a horrible teacher. I mean, you left there just feeling like you couldn't figure anything out at all. But at any rate, you get through it. You get through it, right? You finally get through it, and then all of a sudden, things are not as bad once you get through school because you don't feel like a dope. All right, I'm going to put on a little bit more Christmas music while I get a couple things set up on the computer. and then we'll jump into this. All right, I'm going to pause the Christmas music real quick, and I'm going to give you a closer look at this mechanism. And I have it kind of torn apart right now because you have to take certain parts off to remove it. But this gives you an idea of the engineering side of Germans. They're very, very precision driven, and they just think of everything when it comes to a mechanism working properly and executing what it's supposed to execute. This one still has a little bit of oil on it, apparently. But when one of these runs into mechanical issues, it doesn't work a little bit, it works not at all. So you can see here, I've got some of these other parts that I've taken off. These are the adjustment arms that require the fine tuning inside of the machine. And this is now just basically an excess part. I might be able to pull a couple things off of it unless Terry wants it. And otherwise, it's going to go into a junk pile for future use. But if you've never seen the mechanism before, there you go. And without this mechanism, any of these models that rely on this automatic mechanism are only a zigzag sewing machine. It shows you how essential this is. And this mechanism can be added to machines that don't have it as well to give it this capability, assuming it has the basic setup on the machine. All it needs is the basic setup. Okay, let me see here. Let me cover a couple setup things with this machine as well. I've got my mechanical caliper. I'm going to talk a little bit about bobbins real quick. When you're buying replacement bobbins for a PFAFF 332, you've got some choices to make. You've got some choices, and the choices are going to be whether you go with an original, whether you go with a metal replacement, or whether you go with an aluminum replacement. As you can pretty much tell by the coloring of these, the one on the right is going to be metal. The one on the left is going to be aluminum. And the spacing and the measurements of these are going to be pretty much spot on. But again, aluminum is going to turn differently in the machine than the metal one. It's a lot lighter, and it doesn't have that ferrous quality that gives it a little bit more balance when it's turning in the machine. So I would recommend, if you have a choice, go with the metal, or better yet, go with an original versus going with an aluminum. They sell aluminum replacements for a lot of machines, including the Swedish Beauties. They will sew, but they just don't sew quite as well. So in Terry's machine, I've got a metal one, and I'm going to add some additional metal ones to it as well. The one that came with the machine was this one down here. And it's got the same dimensions, but you'll notice it's got those little bevel points, and it's got that raised lip on the inside of the machine bobbin. And so it's not going to turn as well in the machine. It was kind of catching in there, and I was getting some thread delivery issues. So between all three of them, the one that came with Terry's machine on the far right, the metal one, it's a replacement one in the middle, and the aluminum one, I would definitely go with the middle one, and that's what we have in the machine today. So I'm going to throw these to the side, and then we'll move forward with some of the sew-offs on this. I also decided to be a little bit of a rebel today because of this channel and our influence. The best selling needle for Schmetz is the one that I promote all the time. And that is the Schmetz 9014 Universal. It's their best selling needle. They don't sell any more needles than these, not even the quilting needles. So in an effort to help out our friends at Schmetz, we love them. We love what they do, and we love the products that they make. We're going to be promoting a different needle today. And it's going to be their Schmetz quilting needle. This one right here. If any of you have sewn with this, it's a great needle. It's sharp. It's able to stand up against even some of our leather sewing. I showed you the sew off that we did with the leather. I think I did. This one right here. And this sew off right here was done with the Schmetz quilting needle. That one right there. So in order to balance the scales a little bit, and to give Schmetz another incentive to promote their quilting needles and to sell their quilting needles, we're going to be sewing with this needle today. Now, if we run into issues, I'll go back to my Schmetz 9014 needle. I'll stick with what works. But I'm going to give this Schmetz quilting needle a try today. And I would encourage you as well, when you're out at your sewing centers, when you're out at Walmart or some of the other retailers that carry these needles, pick up a pack and put them to use, not just with quilting, but you can try them for other applications as well, including leather sewing, which we'll be doing today. Okay. I'm going to put on just a little bit more Christmas music, and then we're going to jump into this. And I'm also going to do some maintenance on the machine today, including tearing apart an upper tension identical to this one right here and show you how to service that upper tension. It's fairly, well, it's a little bit tricky to break it down. We'll clean it. We'll put it back together. And that way, if you've got a machine like this, either the 332, or maybe you have, I've got to open up my stitch card. Maybe you've got a model 230, or maybe you have a model 338. All three of those models are going to use a lot of the same mechanisms. They're going to use a lot of the same parts, and they're also going to share the same stitch card as well. And the stitch card looks something like this. And on this side, you're going to be able to sew single needle sewing. On the other side, it's going to have pretty much the identical patterns, but they're going to be a lot more compressed, a lot smaller, they just look more petite. So that's how, if you have a stitch card, it doesn't tell you on the stitch card whether the side you're looking at is for single needle sewing or twin needle sewing. So I'm letting you know that when you compare them, these are going to look a lot meatier. The pattern looks meatier is the best way to describe it. That's going to be your single needle sewing. On the other side of your stitch card, the ones that look a little bit more petite, they look a little bit scrawnier now. You know, they're not as robust as these in the pattern display. That's going to be for your twin needle sewing. And you'll learn right away whether you're doing it right, because on the twin needle side, if you try applying those on a machine and you only have a single needle, they're going to sew really, really scrawny looking. So you'll be able to tell right away whether you got it set up right. I'll show you an example of that Where do I have it? I did so many sew-offs with this machine. So these patterns right down here, you can see this one right here, this one right here, this one right here, and this one right here. Those three are twin needle patterns that I'm sewing with a single needle. So if you get a pattern like this and you just say, geez, it doesn't look full, it doesn't look complete, then in all likelihood, you've got your stitch card facing the wrong way. And Susie, I believe in the live stream, yep, she already shared it, I think. She's going to share the link to the stitch pattern on the Cow Country site that I did almost 10. And unfortunately, when I did it in a rather rudimentary way. I basically took the stitch card, I put it on a piece of white paper, and I took a still shot of each and every pattern setting with the pattern itself. I missed some of them. So I'm going to be giving you the settings for those today. And we'll give you a choice of really all of the stitch patterns that we have available that are single needle sewing. We're not going to be doing any dual needle sewing, twin needle sewing today. Okay. What else? Oh, I was going to do the dimensions on the bobbins. That's right. So if you buy some aftermarket bobbins for your 332 or for your model 230 or your model 338, again, the 230, the 332, and the 338 are all going to use the same bobbins. They're all going to use the same automatic mechanism. They're all going to use the same bobbins. So if you have any one of those three machines, I'm going to give you the measurements with our mechanical caliper so you know you've got the right one. So let's do the height of it. I consider this height because of the way it mounts in the machine. So height, we're going to be looking at 28 millimeters. 28 millimeters as far as height. As far as this dimension, whether you would call it the width or whatever you would call it, you're looking at right around 12 millimeters. So 12 millimeters by 28 millimeters. And then the hole is also important, and it's got to have this little notch on it. See that little notch right there? Because otherwise it's not going to mount to the bobbin winder properly. It's going to slip. So it has to have that notch in there. I noticed that some of the aftermarket ones do not have that notch. And then you're having to wind that bobbin on a different machine or on one of those, auxiliary type winders. So make sure you get the notch. And then the inner circle is going to be, see if I can get this. The inner circle is going to be right around, trying to see it here. LED lights are great and they're horrible at the same time. 8, 9. Looks like right around 9 millimeters is that inner circle. That inner circle is going to be right around 8, 9. No, I'm sorry, 10 millimeters. These LED lights are really hard for me to see in for some reason. So 28 high from end to end. And again, the width of it is going to be right around 12 millimeters. And then the inside of the circle for mounting is going to be 10 millimeters. And I only say that because some of the aftermarket ones, they do a good job. Other ones, they're off by as much as a millimeter and a half, and it will not work well in your machine. So double check that, get yourself a mechanical caliper, and then you might be able to have success when you're sewing, which is always important. Sounds like Hank's barking at somebody. Now, if you're saying, I don't have a mechanical caliper and I don't know which one to pick out, because they come in so many different styles, come in really elaborate ones like this one. Got this little roller doodad here. And simple ones like this. I prefer the simple ones myself. So if you want to try to win one of these mechanical calipers, and I'm going to leave it only open to audience members, not to the leadership team. Only to the audience members, not the leadership team. But if you want to type in the live chat a detailed summary of the PFAFF sewing machine history, give us some key facts about the PFAFF sewing machine history. If you're the first to do that, then you'll be eligible to win this mechanical caliper, okay? So get at that right now. In the meantime, I'll put on just a little bit of Christmas music. Again, we're not going to let go of the Christmas holiday yet. And then we'll jump into this machine. I'll probably start with the maintenance on the upper tension, and then we'll jump into sewing on the machine. Or maybe I'll do it the other way. All right? All right. God bless you guys. We'll be back on this in just a little bit. All right, let me see if I can stop this music. All right, so let's take a look at this upper tension. We'll do a little bit of maintenance to start this live stream. I've got the microphone on the other side of the workbench right now, so hopefully you can hear me okay. I'll rotate the microphone just a little bit this direction. And I'll adjust this camera down. Let me put it on this side. I think that'll be easier. Okay, let me check my shot. Oh, this is the bad bobbin. Bad bobbin, bad. All right, I'll set that to the side. So here we have our upper tension. It's fully assembled. Now, just a quick tip for you. If you're trying to service your upper tension on any of the three models that use this same unit, whether it's the 230, the 332 that we're going to be presenting today, or the 338, when you remove it from the machine, the screw that holds it, rather than being inside of the faceplate, and for either removing the upper tension or otherwise, you've got to take the top off. It's a spring mechanism that holds it on. With it unthreaded, which I'm not going to do right now, you just pull the top off, and then there's an adjusting screw. When you look straight down inside of the machine, there's a screw that holds this on. Make sure your presser foot lever is in the down position like this, and then you can go ahead and loosen that screw, and you pull the whole unit out. Now, when you pull it out, be real careful. I'll tell you why. Inside of that unit, inside of here, is a tiny little pin release. This little pin right here that you can see in the shot is inside of here. So when you take it out, the unit's going to look kind of like this. This flat side, there's one side that's a little bit flatter, goes in against the pin. And when you take it out, the unit's going to pretty much look like this. So when you take it out, be real careful. Have a magnetic tray or something similar to that. Take out your main pin here and then dump the other one out. There it goes. You can see it in the magnetic tray. It's so easy to lose one of these because they're so teeny tiny. And then when we go to disassemble it, let me back up the camera just a little bit. When we go to disassemble it, make sure you protect this spring. This spring right here can get bent very, very easily. And it can be a problem for you then, because it's not going to transfer movement evenly across that channel when you mount the mechanism back in. So really protect this. Keep it facing up or keep it in your hand. This little screw right here, it's teeny tiny little screw. You can see it, I think, if I do it like that. We've got to start by loosening that, okay? So we're going to start by loosening that. We'll probably use our even smaller screwdriver. Get that into the space. Give it about 2 or 3 turns. You don't have to take it all the way out. Matter of fact, I'd recommend that you don't take it all the way out. And then you'll be able to, I'm just going to put on my other magnifiers. It's easier for me to see. There we go. Then you're going to hold it kind of like, you're going to hold it kind of like this. You're going to hold this part right here that has the numbers on it. See that part right there? You're going to hold that stationary, and then you're going to turn this one here. Keep turning, keep turning, keep turning, keep turning. I'm going to move my garbage can out of the way so I don't drop any parts in the garbage can. Eventually, you're going to get it all the way off. And I'm going to put them in order just so it's easier for you to remember when you do yours. You can go back to this video and you can see what order they go in and how they're orientated. Now we're going to take this one off that has our adjustment numbers on it. And again, don't take this little screw all the way out. Leave it partially in. And set that right there. Then we've got our centering point right here. You always want to make sure as you're looking at this, the 2 black screws are going to be on the bottom. The silver one that's larger, is going to be on the top, because that's going to be your center point for this mechanism right here, so that it knows where to stop for that 0 point. I'm going to adjust it over here. So you can see if I have it like this, it becomes that stop point for this adjuster. So now I can't turn it any further. I can only turn it to the right to increase that upper tension. Okay, so I'm going to set that back down. Now we're going to pull this one off, and you can see it's facing in because it's going to be covering our leaf spring that creates our tension. So we're going to be taking that one off next, and make sure when you put it back on that the smooth side is facing out, not the side that has the clip on it. See that little clip on the back? That's going to stay facing towards the back. So we'll put that in the same order. Then we're going to be taking out this little plate here. We'll put it the same way, facing up. And now we're going to be taking off this one that covers the tension discs. Put that one right there. Now we're going to be taking off our 3 tension discs. And whenever you have 3 tension discs, you know right away that the machine that you're working with is capable of twin needle sewing. So we've got 2 outside that are really, really dirty. And then we've got one on the inside that's going to look different. You can see this one on the inside is going to be smooth on both sides. It's not going to have a bevel in point like this one. See that? So these that have the bevel in point like that are going to be facing towards the center one. And when you reassemble it, it'll be like that. So bevel out, and then you've got that center one that is uniquely smooth on both sides. Hopefully you can see that. Okay. Yeah, this is really filthy. The one that's in Terry's machine was equally filthy. So I'm just going to lay those like that. You can see the bevel ones are uniquely different. This one is smooth on both sides. So that's our upper tension along with this one right here. Okay. And that's equally dirty. Look at all the dirt coming off on my fingers. Really a filthy little booger here. But we'll get it cleaned up so it'll be ready for another 332 or maybe one of the other models that work in that same class. But we got to clean this one up first. Now we could use a Dremel, but Dremels are dangerous. Dremels are really, really dangerous around a spring because that brush, as it's spinning very rapidly, if you're not ultra careful, it can catch the other end of that spring and bend it or break it very, very quickly with the force of that Dremel tool. So I would recommend cleaning this part using Q-tip swabs and rubbing alcohol. Let's go ahead and just clean it up a little bit. And I won't be quite as thorough as I normally am. I'm usually very, very thorough, as you know, when I go through my cleaning and my deep cleaning process. But in this instance, we'll just kind of give you the idea of what to do, and then we'll get it reassembled, and then we'll move on to Terry's machine, actually showing a working machine. So let's clean this one first. I'm going to need more Q-tips. That's not nearly going to be enough. Get more Q-tips. And there's different types of rubbing alcohol. They have different proofs, almost like alcohol. I think I usually use around 91%. That's about the strongest that you can buy. And I'm going to wet a couple of swabs here. We're going to start by cleaning up this base piece that is so critical to the operation of this unit. Swabbing some of this excess grease and oil and dirt off of there. You can also fit it very carefully next to the spring, and look at the motion of the spring there. See how it's going? See how it's going this direction? So if we swab it, we want to make sure that we're swabbing the same direction that the spring is going to move, so that we're not going to bend it. Kind of just get in there as best as you can, kind of press down a little bit. We'll come around to this side, and we'll kind of adjust that spring over just a little bit. I'm pushing it within the full range that it can move. We're kind of cleaning that section as well. And again, I'm not going to be as thorough as I was on Terry's. We're doing this just for demonstration purposes. But even that little bit of effort of swabbing, look at what we got out of there. And I guarantee that your upper tension is going to be just as dirty. Just as dirty. So we're going to swab the stem that all of the components mount on as well. We'll kind of go up and down a little bit. Get that cleaned up a little bit as well. And again, be real careful of that spring. Be very, very careful around that spring. Clean that ridge area as well. Along here. Now, if you feel real confident, you can use a Dremel to get the dirt out of those grooves on there, but you can also use a Q-tip swab. You just have to be a little bit more patient with it because it takes a little bit longer to get in there. I'm going to prep a couple of these so I've got them ready. Okay, I've got 3 ready now. This is our yucky one. Isn't that disgusting? This gives you an idea of how dirty our machines get, right? Even the upper tension, which is on the outside of the machine, gets ridiculously filthy. So we'll just swab this a little bit more. I think I'm going to stop on that one. And as you're cleaning this, if you see all those little pieces of the Q-tip that get on there? If you've got a little torch like this, you can very carefully, and that way you don't have any of those filaments. You don't have any of those filaments that are stuck on there from the Q-tip. Now, the only part of the upper tension that really gets oiled is going to be these 2 pins over here, and then the spring itself. So we're going to take a little bit of kerosene with a mixture of crystal white sewing machine oil. We're going to put a couple drops inside of here, right here, so that spring can travel more easily. Put a couple drops around in there. So as that spring is working up and down, it's going to be able to turn more easily on its axis. And if you ever get an upper tension like this, where the spring is not seated with tension against the end point there, that's what this screw is for right here. This screw right here can be loosened, and then that spring can be moved or be moved down so that it's got the proper downward tension in the sewing process. And the proper downward tension is going to be right around 5 ounces. 5 ounces of return. So we've got that oiled properly now. We're also going to put a drop of oil in here where those pins are going to go. And now we need to clean our pins to get those back in. I'm going to set our upper tension unit right over here. We're going to clean these pins also with rubbing alcohol. Kind of swab up and down it. And again, this big pin that's going to go inside of the machine against the presser foot lever mechanism, you want the round side to go into the machine. You want the flat side here to be facing towards and going into the actual upper tension unit. That flat side needs to push against that tiny little pin that we're going to be cleaning after this. Look at that. That's off that one pin right there. So we've got this one cleaned up pretty well. I'm going to put that in our little tray as well. Now we're going to get this tiny, teeny little one. See that tiny, teeny little one? Now, sometimes people will lose these and then they'll try to replace it with another piece of metal, maybe a piece of wire or something like that. That might work. If it works, then God bless you. That's wonderful. But if you cut wire, it's going to have rough edges. You'll have to really, really sand it down well so that both sides of this little pin are smooth so that it doesn't catch when it's going in and out inside of that mechanism. But I'm going to give you a measurement on it. That way you know the measurement of it. See if I can find my caliper. My favorite caliper. I put it down somewhere. Maybe it's underneath here. That's my big one. I don't like this one. I might have to open one. I just had that caliper. Oh, there it is. Haha. I had it over by the bobbins. Okay, so we're going to get a measurement on this. And I would do it over a table. So if you drop it, it's going to fall where you can find it. But the proper height of this small pin that goes inside of the upper tension, there we got her, is going to be 19.5 millimeters. 19.5 millimeters is our short pin. There it is. 19.5 millimeters. Our long pin, in case you buy an aftermarket one, our long pin, that is long, is going to be, somebody do the math for me, 28 plus 25. 28 plus 25 is going to be our long pin. 28 plus 25. Whatever that comes out to be. 28 plus 25. I'll do it myself just so I can practice my math. 13. 53 millimeters, right? Yeah, 53 millimeters. And it's important to know that because sometimes you'll lose a part or you'll get a machine. I've gotten a number of the PFAFF machines that have come in and they don't have this small pin. So it's important to know what the measurements are. So if you have to replace it, maybe you can do a MacGyver. You can do a MacGyver and make your own pin. It probably won't work as well as the original, but nonetheless, it'll work. So let's clean this little one now, and then we'll put this back inside, and we'll begin to reassemble this as we clean it. Here's our little pin. And just fair warning, when you put this little pin in, without all the other components on, it can fall out the other side. So just keep it over a table in case you drop it. You can find it more easily. Finding something like this on a carpet or something like that might be a little bit more of a challenge. Okay. So I'm going to take our two pins. I'll set them right here safely on this black surface where we can see it. And I'm going to take a little bit of the kerosene crystal white mixture I have here. And I'm going to go ahead and swab these. So at this point, once we put a little bit of oil on these two pins, and we've oiled the take-up spring on the mechanism, we're done with oil. None of the rest of the mechanisms are going to receive any oil. We're just going to strip them down so that they're absolutely clean. Now here we're going to take our upper tension mechanism. We're going to slide this little pin inside. We're going to add our big pin and make sure, again, it's the flat side, not the rounded side. This is rounded and this is flat. The flat side goes into the mechanism. And you'll see right away, if you look real close, you can see the end of that little pin sticking out right there at the end of that well, right there. I think you can see that. There you go. Now you can see it. You see that little pin sticking out? So don't tip it like this or the pin will fall all the way out and you'll lose it anyway. So now we're going to begin reassembling this. I'm going to set this right here. The first thing to go on will be the discs. So we're going to swab over those. We get some more Q-tips. We're going to need them. There we go. So we'll start with one of our beveled ones. The beveled ones are the ones that have this little indentation on there. We're going to swab both sides. You might say, well, isn't the thread only going to touch this side? The answer is yes, but we always get rid of all the dirt. Otherwise, it's going to migrate around that upper tension and it's going to get stuck on there anyway. So we clean both sides as thoroughly as we can. And again, I'm doing this rather quickly for the purposes of demonstrating. I would be much more thorough if I were doing this to prep the machine, prep this to go into a machine. Now, that's one disc. Look at that. One disc. Ha ha! It's filthy. So we're going to mount this one on. Again, watch that little pin. We're going to mount this one on first, and we're going to put it facing up like this. There we go. Set that back down. Now we're going to clean the center one that's smooth on both sides, no bevel. We're going to clean that one next. We'll clean it with a clean side here. And that one will go on next. And the reason I'm taking time to show this to you, this is one of the areas of maintenance that is usually most neglected on sewing machines. People will have their machine for 20 years and they'll never tear down that upper tension. And when I tear it down in the workshop, I get the results that you're seeing right now, which is absolute filth on there that's grabbing that thread as it's trying to pass through those discs in the sewing process. And once they get it back, they'll say, hey, my thread doesn't break anymore. Hey, I don't get that raveling. The machine runs so beautifully. What did you do? Well, I did about 126 things, but one of them was to tear apart that upper tension. And just last night, Susie and I were watching one of the old videos on this channel where I was working on a Kenmore, and I was showing how to tear down a Kenmore upper tension unit as well, so that people know how to do that. So we swab both sides of this. This is going to go on next, right on top of there. It doesn't matter which way you put it because it's going to be identical on both sides. Then we're going to swab our last bevel disc right here. Swab both sides, get it nice and clean. Same thing on the other side. That's one disc. Look at that. Filthy. So now we're going to add this one to the mix, and you'll put it with the smooth side facing in like this. There we go. Now we're going to be cleaning our retainer, which you can see already is filthy. It's got all kinds of dirt on the outside of it. We're going to clean that up as well. Inside also. There's a big old glob in there. Look at that. That's gross. That's gross. Look at that. Ha ha. Yuck. Jiminy crickets. And again, yours is probably worse than this. So don't go, oh man, that person didn't take care of their machine. Yours is probably just as nasty. Just as nasty. Then we're going to line this up and we're going to slide this over the discs. Show you again. Slide it right over the discs. There we go. Clean our next part. This one right here. You can slide that on. And that'll be facing up like that. You can see how this works when you raise that presser foot lever. If you can see this right now, the presser foot lever pushes against this, and then it pushes this out to release tension on these discs. Watch. See that? It's normally like that when you're sewing, it's applying pressure. So you have upper tension, and then as that presser foot lever pushes against here, it pushes that little pin out to release the tension on these discs so that you can pull your thread and you can go to your next sew off like we're going to be doing in this live stream today. Okay. All right, let me set that right there. Now we're going to be going to our, I call it a leaf spring. It's basically our spring that gives us the tension inside of that unit. On this PFAFF design is basically 3 discs that are spaced, and as that pressure goes against them, it compresses them or releases them to create that tension. Let's swab this. We'll swab the inside as well. Get the edges also. And the other side, we'll do that. Do this side as well. Now, if you wanted to get super thorough like I do in the workshop, you can remove this little mechanism right here that holds these discs together. See how it swivels around? Whoops, maybe you can't see that. I'm trying to look at my screen here. There we go. This swivels around. It's holding those 3 discs together. Now, if you wanted to remove this, I'll show you the tool. I'm not going to do it, but I'll show you the tool that you would use to remove this. I've got it somewhere around here. Where is it? I may have to show you in another live stream. I'm not getting my eye on it right now. Oh, there it is, way on top. Way, way up there. This is the tool you would use right here. It's called an internal exterior snap ring pliers set. This snap ring pliers set has every adjustment piece that you need to apply to this tool so that you can remove a snap ring like this, and then you could separate these 3 discs and really, really clean them thoroughly as I would do in the workshop. But for purposes right now, this is a lot of people make these snap ring pliers sets. Tecton is a real good maker, and they're not really expensive. So you can get one of these, and then you can remove this snap ring from the 3 discs that create the tension disc for this unit, and go ahead and really, really clean them up nicely. All right, let me move that back over there. Okay, so I think we've got that really quite clean. We're going to add that to the mix now. And again, the smooth side facing out, not the snap ring. The snap ring goes on the inside. And again, you get the idea of how this works. When you push that presser foot lever, all of a sudden, Yeah, that's how your upper tension works. If you didn't know that, put a thumbs up that you learned something new. And hopefully you're learning something new as far as servicing one of these upper tension units as well. Now we're getting into our centering disc. This is what allows us to have that center point on the upper tension. I'm going to go ahead and clean that as well. And again, the larger of them, this large silver one on top, not the two black ones, will go towards the top of the mechanism to give us that 0 point on the upper tension. We've had some machines recently that don't really have a 0 point. You just keep turning them until you get the desired result. On the PFAFF unit for this one that goes on the 332, it does have a true center point and a 0 point. So we're cleaning the inside of that, clean the edges as well. And again, look at the result off of that one piece of the upper tension. So now when we slide this one back on, this is going to become our cover for the discs that create the tension. And we're going to try to put that silver one as close to the top as possible when we slide it on, kind of like this. There we go. You can see now it's covering those tension discs. And when you apply that presser foot pressure, now we're going to add our actual dial number thing. We'll go ahead and clean that a little bit too. Kind of swab it off where the numbers are. And just as you're swabbing it, watch out that you don't loosen up that screw and drop it. See that tiny little screw again? You got to kind of keep our eye on that little screw. And you'll see on the inside of here, there's a little raised part right there where the dirty Q-tip is pointing. That little raised point is going to go to the right of 0. It's going to go to the right of that silver screw when we put it back on. So you can see that little silver screw, that's our top point right there for 0. When we slide this back on, we're going to put this disc cover back on so that the 0 is going to be to the right so that it'll stop. It's going to be to the right of that pin. We've got the screw that sticks out here. We've got the pin over here. And when we slide it on, we'll have it so that that 0 is to the right of it. So as we try to turn it further to the left, we can't do it. Now we're at absolute 0. See that? And then when we get it to that point, we can, let me set this down. We got to clean this, and then we'll screw this in, and then we'll actually tighten up that tiny little screw. But I'm going to give you a tip on this piece right here. I talk a lot about pre-tensioning, don't I? I talk about pre-tensioning all the time, where you can set up an upper tension so it has a certain level of pre-tension even before you turn that dial. This is going to control that, and this is going to control whether or not we can get the full range of that upper tension going all the way to 10 on this. So now we're going to put this keep our center point as much as we can. Put this back on that stem, and we'll start turning it in. Well, we don't want to go all the way in because then we're going to have too much pre-tension. I'm going to go right about to there. Right about there. See that gap point right there? That gap point right there is probably close to 1 millimeter. We'll go in just a little bit further. See our 0 point is there again? So now we got to turn this, kind of a little bit of a finger fudge here. We turn this over, and now we're going to try to tighten that screw again. And then we'll check the range of this upper tension to make sure we can go all the way up to 10. So we're tightening down that tiny little screw right now. Again, hold this because otherwise that pin will fall out. We're going to check it. We've got a good 0 point right there. You can see that in the shot. Make sure we can get all the way up to 10. If we can't, then we have to back this out a little bit. So we can get all the way up to 10, but I can feel this might be just a little bit loose. In other words, we're not going to have enough pre-tension. We can get all the way up to 10, which is our goal, but we have to screw this part in just a little bit more, which means we have to loosen that little screw again to do that. Just a little bit of a turn. We'll keep our center point. There we go. Got it on the 0. We'll turn this in just about a half of a turn. Okay, we'll rotate this back around so we can get at that screw again. And make sure when you rotate it like that to tighten that screw that you keep your 0 point. See how we're on 0 right now? Keep that 0 point, and then you can tighten your screw back up again. Okay, so we want to check one more time. We've got our true 0 center point right there. And now we're going to see if we can get all the way up to 10. We tighten that down a little bit more. Can we still hit 10? Yep, we can hit 10. And now I can feel by the resistance that we've got some good pre-tension. So when the sewist is using this upper tension in their Model 332, they won't have to crank this all the way up to 8 or 9 to get the right tension. It's going to have enough pre-tension that they should be able to operate right around 7. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So now we've got our unit, and when you put this back in, you'll want to make sure that you slide it in so that that 0 point is right at the top of the machine. Right at the top of the machine when you slide it in. And then when you push it in, you can go ahead, take off the lid of that machine again, tighten the screw down so this is snug. Make sure your presser foot is down. Make sure your presser foot is down when you're doing this. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to slide this unit all the way in because it'll be pushing against that pin. So drop your presser foot lever, slide this in, take off the lid of the 332 that you're working with, tighten that screw back down. That again is right. It's going to be right above the unit as you're looking down. Tighten that up and then go ahead and check to make sure you can raise that presser foot lever all the way to release the tension on those discs. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Hopefully that's helpful. I'm going to put this back in there. And now you've learned how to service the upper tension. It's going to apply to the 332, the 270, the 230, the 230, the 332, and also the 338 are all going to have the same upper tension unit. Okay. And now I'll get rid of all these nasty, just that quick little swabbing we did. Gives you an idea of how yucky your upper tension is, most likely. Disgusting, isn't it? Disgusting. Totally disgusting. Okay. So let's move forward to some other things now, like actually sewing, on this machine. Yeah, let's do that. Close my rubbing alcohol, my mixture. All right, let me get a drink of tea since I've been blah, blah, blah. Put on a little bit of Christmas music, and then we will move forward with this live stream. We've been running about an hour and 5 minutes, and I'd like to limit this live stream a little bit more than we did the last one. The last live stream we did, goodness gravy, it was almost 4 hours, right? All right, I'm going to pause the Christmas music. I'm just going to show you that Terry's machine has this additional extension right here. It gives you probably about another 4 or 5 inches of workspace. So when you're looking at the total workspace on this 332 with that extension, I mean, from here to here, let me see if I have my little tape measure. The workspace on this 332 with that extension, I can't even get it in the camera completely. Let me back it up even further. There we go. So the total workspace from end to end, I'm basically going from the end of the bed to the pillar. The pillar, if you're new to sewing, the pillar is going to be this area right here. So from the pillar to the end of the bed, you're looking at a distance of right about 17.5 inches. Someone wants to capture that in the live chat. So total workspace, when you've got this additional extension right here, is going to be 17.5 inches. I believe that even trumps the Husqvarna Swedish Beauty workspace. I don't recall right off the top of my head. I just worked with Candido and Rachel's machine, that Nordic Husqvarna. That's got a huge workspace. But I believe that this might even be about 2 inches longer when PFAFF added this extra little piece here. And I'm going to be taking this off for the live stream because otherwise the camera will be so far away, you won't be able to see that needle moving. It's going to be like ridiculous. But I'll give you some more measurements. So 17.5 workspace from the end of the bed to the pillar. The width you're looking at is going to be right around 7 inches. From the needle to the pillar, which is another essential measurement when it comes to rotating materials in that, from the center of the needle to the pillar is going to be right around 8.25 inches. So 8.25 inches. And then the height from the bed to the bottom of the arm is going to be just short of 5 inches. So when you talk about, a machine that you can do crazy quilting on, you can rotate all kinds of ridiculously large projects. The workspace on this is really it's unprecedented. It's got one of the biggest workspaces, unless you go to some of the long arm quilting machines where they even go beyond that point. But, it's huge. But for our purposes, I'm going to release a little screw on the bottom and I'm going to remove this one right here. There we go. Comes off very easy. I'll tighten that screw back down so it doesn't vibrate. So all you're doing is basically sliding this. You're sliding this in between that little pinch thing here, and then tightening back down to hold it into place. It's got its own little folding legs as well. Little rubber things so they don't slip. You can rotate this in then like that. And you can put it back into your sewing case. Unfortunately, Terry's sewing case arrived destroyed. So she doesn't have a sewing case for this machine right now. I can talk with her before I ship it back. I believe I have a couple of extra PFAFF sewing cases underneath in the storage area that Susie and I have, and could look at adding that to the bill if she wants to have a sewing case for it. I would certainly recommend that. Having a machine of this caliber without a sewing case is just not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. Now, if we need to do, some sort of cuff work, or we want a free arm, this has a kind of an accordion style accordion style release. You push it out and you drop it down like a garage door, and then it collapses into the machine. I'll show you how that works. Push it out, drop it down, and then it goes into the machine just like that. So now you can access the bobbin much more easily. If you need to do that, you can do some cuff work or some sleeve work using the benefits of the free arm on this PFAFF machine. And it's not as small of a free arm as the Husqvarna machines like Candido and Rachel will be getting shortly, but it's much, much smaller than some of the recent ones we've seen, that some of them are, I mean, they're just ridiculous. They're ridiculous in the width of them coming like out to here. So they really, I mean, you can only do adult clothing on those for sure. But I'll leave this off for now. I'll set it to the side, and then we'll be able to get a little bit closer to the machine. I could even leave this down, but I think I'll put it back up. The way you put it back out is just pull it out like this. It's got a spring in there. I'm getting it. And then you bring it up to this point and let it snap back into place. Nice and stable. It's not going to wiggle. It's not going to jiggle. It's not going to do any of that stuff. And then we can still get to our bobbin if we need to. Kind of a cool setup, isn't it? It's much different than the other ones that you have to remove the bed. This bed, other than the extension piece, it stays with that machine all the time. Stays with that machine all the time. But just a crazy, crazy amount of workspace. Susie reminded me that we had these. This is really my preference. I'd gotten this from our friend Alex out in California. I got a bunch of these that he had sent to me. But Guggenheim also makes a fabulous pair of clips for, cutting the threads after you do a sew off. You take it off like this, and they are razor sharp. You just kind of pinch them like this, and you can cut threads very, very quickly, very, very easily. But I like, this is my thing. This is my thing. I like just the basic ones. So, but if you want to try these out, go ahead to the Guggenheim site. You can purchase a pair. And I don't know if Susie has more than one of these. I'll check with her. Maybe at some point we'll have two of these, and then we can give one of them away. That would be really nice. So, all right, let's get into this machine. Again, without the benefits of this automatic mechanism that failed on Terry's machine. Without this mechanism, this is only a straight and a zigzag machine. So we're going to start by doing a straight stitch and start by doing a zigzag machine, a zigzag. Blah! I better drink some more tea. We're going to start by doing a straight stitch and a zigzag, and then from there, we'll move into some of the real fancy stitches. And I know Susie posted the link to the Cow Country page where we have that dial-a-stitch frame by frame that I created about 9 or 10 years ago. And then you'll be able to pick the stitches that you want me to sew off, which is kind of cool. You just have to tell me what the settings are. The settings will be A through D potentially. Again, it kind of looks like this. So depending on the stitch, when you find your stitch on that link that Susie posted, you'll be able to give me the setting for A, B, C, and D. In some cases, some of those positions won't have any setting. So just give me the numbers that you see and tell me, where they're at. And then we can go ahead and do that sew off. But yeah, check out that link. Susie, if you want to post it just one more time in the live chat, that would be great, so that it's fresh and it's not way up at the top. Go ahead and post that link one more time if you're able to do that. Oh, she just did. Perfect. Yep, she just posted it. Great. And when you click on that link, you'll see this this frame by frame that I created. I basically took a white piece of paper like this, and I had an original 332 dial-a-stitch card, and I would go from one position, and then I had a camera above it. I would take a picture of that, and then rotate the dial-a-stitch card. I would take another picture of the next phase, and then take a picture of the next phase with the setting and next phase. I did that about 80 times, and then I used an exterior program to create, well, you'll see it. It's like a time lapse. I created a time lapse, so it takes you through. Unfortunately, when I did it,
it was a long day. I'd already worked on a bunch of machines and I missed a bunch of the settings for single needle. So I've written those down on here now, down below. And if you want to pick any of these, then I'll use the setting I have for single needle to do that one. Otherwise, you can also sew any of the patterns, even on the twin needle side. It'll just make them smaller, just makes them a lot smaller. Okay. And any of you that are really, really new to the channel, you might not know who this guy is. I got him popping in and out. He'll kind of pop in and, pop in from the side and look at you and that sort of thing. This is Herr Obermeister. Herr Obermeister is one of the little friends in the workshop, and he represents all of the German machines. So he doesn't just represent PFAFF, he represents Adler and some of the other German make machines as well. So you'll see him pop up sometimes to say hello and to kind of glare at you through the camera. Yeah, but he's a fun little guy. And sometimes if I do progress shots, or if I'm showing a mechanism like this, you might see him pop up in some of the progress shots, looking, studying that mechanism as well, right next to me as my little helper. So, and some people think it's weird, but I really don't care what they think. My little characters have been with me from the beginning, and they're a fun part of the workshop. So, all right. So let's start with a basic straight stitch. We'll do a zigzag. I'm going to get closer to the machine now since we took off that extension bed. Now we can get much closer to the needle. That's a lot nicer, isn't it? I'll shut off our light because I don't think we'll need it. But I did replace Terry's old incandescent bulb with one of the LED bulbs. That one was getting ready to burn out anyway. And so it's got a really nice, well-lit workspace with that LED bulb. If you're curious about LED bulbs, they're not all created equal. Every LED bulb out there with the bayonet style that has to be used to go on most of the machines are going to have a certain number of light nodes, and that'll determine how bright they are. So choose your LED light replacement carefully, just like you would the bobbin, to make sure that it's going to give you the best light delivery on the machine. Okay. All right. So let's start with a basic straight stitch, and I'll show you how I've set the machine up to do that. And then we'll jump into some of the fun stuff that all of you can contribute to by picking the stitches for me, or you'll be dialing a stitches, I guess, won't you? You'll be dialing a stitch. So a quick walk around Terry's PFAFF 332. Start at the bottom. This is our light switch right here. Make the light come on and off. Again, I'll leave it off for now. Feed dog drop right here. You can rotate it up to drop the feed dogs and then rotate it back down again so those feed dogs are fully engaged. They're basically going to just drop down. This control right here is going to give you reverse. If you want to sew in reverse, you can push it to the left and you'll be sewing in reverse, or you can push it to the right and you'll be sewing forward. It's also going to give us stitch length as well. And we have a stitch length range on this PFAFF of basically 1 to 5. Right now I've got it on the longest stitch all the way to the left. And if I push it back to the right, we'll be able to sew down to about 30 stitches per inch. Over here, we've got a number of controls in the center area, and I'm going to call them by the letters that the dial-a-stitch card calls them. So let's start at the top. We'll do them in order. Inside of the hood here, we've got Control A. Control A is going to be important because when we try to dial a stitch, where did I put my stitch card? Here we go. This is my little makeshift thing that Susie helped me print this morning. We'll do it like that. So if I'm going to dial this stitch right here that's on this pattern, I'm going to have to put Control A on 5. I'm not going to do that right now, but you're going to see there's an arrow on here, and you need to turn it clockwise. Only clockwise. Don't go counterclockwise with this control. So we'll just continue to turn it and click it until we get to 5. That's going to be our Control A. Our Control B is going to be right here. And our Control B has a range of 1 to 5, I believe, 1 to 5. And for this particular pattern, I would have to turn it to 4. I think you can see that right there. I would have to turn it to 4. So this is our control B. Control A is up here again. A, B. Our control C is going to be right here. It's going to be our needle position. And on some of the stitch patterns we sew, you're actually going to, I'm going to show you on the camera. I'll try to show you in the camera. This is going to be moving by the cam function up and down to create that particular stitch pattern. That's our control C. This is our control D right here. So on this particular stitch pattern that the example is, there's no setting for control D. When there's no setting in there, there's no number. That tells you that when you're stitching this particular stitch, that control D is going to be moving by itself back and forth to the cam function. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth very rapidly. And then finally, we have control E all the way up on top. Control E is going to be our on and off switch for the cam function. Right now, you can see it's on 0. So right now I've got the cam function shut off for straight and zigzag sewing. Otherwise, that cam is going to be trying to turn even though we're not using it, and it could damage the machine. So when you're only doing straight and zigzag sewing on this model 332, go ahead and shut it off at control E. Just turn it to 0, and that'll shut off the cam function completely. Once we get into sewing, we'll have a decision to make on what setting we want to put it on, and I'll explain what the impact is depending on the setting. It's really important you understand that so you can get the pattern output that you want. Okay? Now, if we're going to wind a bobbin, which we could certainly do, we're going to be putting our auxiliary spool of thread right there. These do collapse, which is kind of nice. They can collapse down when you're not using the machine so they don't get broken off. But we'll put our spool of thread here. We're going to come around this tensioner on top of control E right here, and then come through this thread guide right here. So from here to here, and then we're going to be coming back to our spool. And again, make sure that your bobbins have that little notch in the bottom of them so that it'll fit on this tiny little pin right there. Hopefully you can see that. So when you put your bobbin on, make sure it seats into that pin. There we go. It just dropped down, and now it's in there so it'll wind evenly. And then once you wind your thread around, and I was practicing last night because I was embarrassed the last time by that little faux pas. I was trying to wind the bobbin on Candido and Rachel's machine. So I'm just going to tell you, go counterclockwise. When you wind that thread around there, once you come through the thread points to wind the bobbin, go counterclockwise. It seems to be the most effective way to do it. Unless somebody finds a better way, then that's fine too. You'll engage this, and then you'll disengage your clutch. You hold your balance wheel, and then you turn that stop action towards you to disengage the clutch. And that way your needle won't move while you're winding the bobbin. Okay? All right. So I won't actually wind a bobbin unless we run on a thread like we did on Candido and Rachel's machine. Then I'll be winding a bobbin, and that's okay. You plug in your foot controller right over here. And then you plug in your power on the back. And I actually upgraded Terry's. Terry had a break in the wire on hers, so I just gave her a brand new power cord for her 332. Trying to see if I missed anything. If you need to adjust presser foot pressure, unfortunately on this machine, you have to take the lid off. Maybe I'll just do that real quick so that you can see that being done as well. So I'm going to unthread our machine. Let me raise our presser foot lever. So we're not going to do our sew off yet. We're not going to do it yet. So I'm going to unthread our machine real quick. Just pull it like this. We'll unthread it. I don't want to get all my threads tangled though, which I think I just did. I'll leave my bobbin case in for right now. Okay, put my thread over there. Now, to remove the lid, all you're going to do is grab it towards the front and the back and then pull it straight up. There's a spring that holds it in place. So I'm going to go ahead and just pull it up carefully. There we go. It's a good spring. It's a very good spring. I'm going to set this to the side. Well, I'll just show you real quick. There's even service points on the bottom of the lid here. This is our mechanism that controls, control E. So periodically you will want to put a couple drops of oil at the pivot points. and keep that nicely lubricated. You could do the same thing with your spool pins if you wanted, but they're spring controlled, so I don't think that that'll be an issue. Okay. Set that to the side. Now, if you need to adjust pressure foot pressure, unfortunately on this machine, you got to take the lid off, which is a little bit of a booger. You just saw me kind of pop it off there. So this is our pressure foot control right here. Got a screwdriver. If I turn it clockwise, I'm going to increase it. If I turn it counterclockwise, I'm going to decrease it. So I'll just show you real quick how you do that. There I'm decreasing. And there I'm increasing. Okay. Why do you need to know that? If anyone wants to type in the live chat, why is pressure foot pressure such a big deal? Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. And here you can see that new automatic mechanism that I installed and calibrated in Terry's machine. This one works. This one doesn't work. So, I'll show you one other thing real quick. If you need to service the inside of the area near the needle bar in that, this is your screw right here. You'll hold, I can't hold the camera too, but you'll hold the bottom of this so it doesn't fall, because otherwise it's going to drop when you loosen it. And you'll loosen this screw and this whole panel will drop down. When you go to put it back on, make sure you get the little pin. There's a little pin built into the faceplate that has to slide into an opening at the bottom. So you have to kind of slide it up to get that pin in so that the bottom isn't loose. And then just tighten up your bolt again on top to lock that into place. Okay. All kinds of service opportunities underneath the hood here. Anything that pivots and pitches when you're sewing, you've got to oil those. And PFAFF marks most of them in red. You can see red back here, red underneath there for the main shaft. There's also a red point underneath the bobbin tire right here that kind of hides right underneath there. If you kind of look real carefully, there's another oil point there right off of the balance wheel. Oil points here. All of the fine tuners have to be oiled. They've got little pads on them that absorb that oil and continue to irrigate those even after you stop doing it. Also, the camshaft right here, you can see it has a pad back there that you have to add oil to as well to keep that turning freely. Oiling here. Anywhere you see red, also here you don't see red, but this is part of the control arm. That also has to be oiled across here as well, because it's going to be moving back and forth in the sewing process. Also, our control B has to be oiled, and you could even put a little bit of grease on those little teeth there that change as we change the adjustments. Underneath there, there's a lot of service you have to do on 332s. I think it took me about 16 hours from beginning to end to get through all of these service points on the machine. That didn't include replacing the automatic mechanism and calibrating it properly. So a lot of servicing to do, but at any rate, you have to take this off to get to that pressure foot controller. And when you go to put the lid back down, I'd recommend pushing down the right side and then the left side second. So I'm kind of pushing down over here, and then that snaps into place. There we go. Getting it all the way down. Okay. And I hope taking the time to do that and explain that stuff to you, you find it helpful. If you end up getting one of these machines, you can always refer back to this live stream video, and it'll give you some real good tips and reminders on getting the machine serviced and keeping it running well. Okay, let's do the threading real quick together. And I wish I had an able assistant here, but I don't. I'm going to bring the camera up on the bed, see if that will help me. Yeah, it will. That's perfect. So put our spool on the spool pin. We're going to come through this thread point right here, front to back. We're going to come through this thread point right by control B. Kind of snap it in there. The other side we use for bobbin winding. Then we're going to come over to this pre-thread point. And I say pre-thread point because what it does is it adds tension. It adds tension to the thread even before it gets to the upper tension that I just showed you how to service. We're going to come up through the bottom. And then we're going to go down through the next hole like that. Okay. Now we're going to drop down to the upper tension and make sure your pressure foot lever is in the up position. We're going to come through the tension discs like this. I always kind of hold a finger here and just kind of draw it through, make sure it goes all the way through. And then you have to take that take-up spring, draw it up so that thread will seat in that little saddle area right there. Watch it drop in. See, it just dropped in. Then we're going to come up to the take-up arm. I think I'll back up the machine, the camera a little bit now. We're going to come up to the take-up arm now. And we're going to thread that from right to left. There we go. We're going to drop down here. We've got a thread point right here, just adjacent to the upper tension. Again, watch that spring. Kind of draw your thread in and kind of snap it in from left to right. There we go. I'm going to drop down further now. I'm going to actually kneel on the ground because it's easier for me. And I'm going to show you, and then I'll do it because I don't think I can get the camera that low. I've got a thread point right here. And then I've got a thread point right here above the needle. I've got to come in from the left on this one to get into the place, and I've got to come in from the left on that one. And then I'll be threading this quilting needle. Again, if you joined us late, we're going to be using a quilting needle today by Schmetz. Then you'll thread that needle from front to back, and you'll have the flat side to the rear. The flat side goes to the rear. Okay, so let me set the camera down. We'll come in this one first. Our next thread point just above the needle. And then I'll work at threading this from front to back. I got to find my little clippers. There they are. And I always drop when I get to that point, the thread is already in the tension disc, so we're good to go. I always drop my pressure foot. It makes it a little bit easier to access that hole on the needle. At least it does for me. There we go. And this does have an auto threader, but these auto threaders are real fickle on the PFAFF model 332, so I usually don't use it. Just being honest. All right, I'm going to raise that up now and then draw our thread to the rear. Our bobbin thread is already in place, so we don't need to do that. I'll just give you a quick tip on setting up the bobbin. Matter of fact, I'll do one for you. I'll show it to you. There we go. Get that back in place. But setting up the bobbin for the 332, and the same thing would be the case with the other two sister models, the 230 and the 338, all are going to be the same. I'll grab this bobbin over here, bobbin case, and I'll grab one of our bobbins. It's one of our metal bobbins. Set them right here. And I've shown this to you before, and I don't want to insult your intelligence, but I think that repetition is the key to remembering and developing that motor, what do they call it? Motor memory or muscle memory? Muscle memory, that's what it's called. Muscle memory, so that you'll remember to do it on your machine, just second nature. So the first thing you'll always do to the bobbins is you'll take a Q-tip swab with some of that rubbing alcohol, and you'll swab the inside. You'll swab the inside of there as well, where you can see me. Now you can see me. You swab the inside of there as well to get that extra grease out. Swab this, get that all cleaned up. And then when you go to put your bobbin after you wound it, you'll have the thread coming underneath, like you can see it there. Slide it into position. And then we're going to draw it through this little groove right there. Where's my camera? There it is. We're going to draw through that little groove right there. And then we're going to draw it underneath the tension spring, which is right here. And you'll have to hold the bobbin when you do that to snap it into place. And now that thread is underneath that bobbin. I got my thread jammed on there a little bit. Check that because it's not turning. I wanted to show you that it turns counterclockwise when it's in there. There we go. Oh, I know what it is. That spring is too tight. I haven't used this bobbin, so I'm going to go ahead and loosen that a little bit. That's actually another opportunity to teach you something. This is our set screw. That should be totally tight, the black one. This is our adjusting screw. So if you try to thread it like that and it's too tight, you can turn this counterclockwise in small increments. There we go. And I just reduced the tension on that spring, so we should be able to draw that thread through now. Thread underneath, draw it in there, into that spring, over here underneath the tension band. Yeah, now it'll turn for us. See that? It was too tight. Someone, I don't remember where this bobbin case came from, to be honest with you, but someone at some point had cranked that all the way down. There was too much tension, so you couldn't even turn the bobbin. You can see now if it's mounted in the machine, it's mounted in the machine like this, which is the way it would be mounted. That bobbin is going to be turning counterclockwise, like that. And that way you know you have it in proper position. And again, the basic rule of the bobbin case is it's going to be pulling down to define that top stitching. The upper tension is going to be pulling up to define that lock stitching. And you have to adjust this and adjust that one on the machine so that they get along, so that they're not fighting each other. This one really would have been fighting that upper tension. You would have had to crank that upper tension all the way up to 10 probably to counteract this because it was so tight. But again, just get a small screwdriver, turn it counterclockwise to reduce it, turn it clockwise in small increments to increase it. Okay? Hopefully that's helpful. Yeah. All right, set that to the side. So now that we covered a lot of those basics, which are not really basic, they're kind of core things to know, aren't they? We'll do our first stitch off finally, and we'll lay down a straight stitch, and then we'll move into some of the other fun stitches. And if you haven't seen, I showed you the foot controller on Candido and Rachel's machine, which is super duper cool. The foot controller for the original PFAFF machines is also really kind of super cool as well. And I showed some service photos to Terry on how I service the foot controller to make sure that it's optimized as well. But it's kind of a big bus pedal almost, isn't it? Look at the size of that thing. That's how you know you have an original one right there. You often find times that they replace them with the Japanese ones. It's going to restrict this machine a little bit. The PFAFF ones really have a wonderful range set up, and the configuration of the electrical field and the discs in here give it really an opportunity to maximize that power. And this particular machine, this 332, is going to have a 1.1 amp motor in it. So it's a very robust motor. It's going to peak at about 1.3 amps. It's not quite as powerful as the biggest Husqvarna machines that will have a 1.5 amp, but it's going to deliver a lot of power nonetheless. It's going to deliver a lot of power. All right, let me take a look at this. Get that set up. And whenever you're coming back to your machine, if you've been away from your machine for a while, there's no shame, there's no harm in just double checking. Make sure that presser foot is nice and tight. I always come in from the side with a screwdriver, just make sure it's nice and tight. Because I did a lot of sewing on this machine. That's nice and tight. And then I'll go with something a little bit smaller to check that needle clamp as well. That way we don't have any wardrobe malfunctions, as they like to say. That's nice and tight also. So let's lay down a straight stitch finally. We've been running an hour and 40 minutes. We haven't even sewn on the machine yet, but we covered a lot of, I think, important, valuable information so that it equips someone that has one of these machines to be a lot more knowledgeable about it and to be able to maintain that machine without having to take it in for service as often, hopefully. It's really the goal. I don't want to get business by keeping all of you, and take this word in the right way, by keeping all of you ignorant, keeping my secrets to myself. I love to share information with you so that you're better equipped to maintain your own machines, and then you can share that knowledge with other people. Who knew? The power of knowledge is sharing, isn't it? It doesn't do us any good if we know something and all of you know things that I don't know. We all come with our own experiences, our own bank of information. And if we don't share it with each other, we're not nearly going to be as good as we could be otherwise. Don't you agree? So with that, I'll ring the bell to start us officially, even though we've been running for a long time. And we'll jump into our first sew off, a straight stitch, before we jump into some of the really cool stitches on this model 332. And for any of the folks that follow us from Europe, we have a lot of followers in Europe based on the analytics that I look at. We have a lot of people in Germany, in England, in Switzerland, in Austria, all those places, France. For any of you that speak German, I'm going to tell you that you will say 332, or sometimes in different parts of Germany, they'll say Svo. So 332. When you're saying a German number, you switch the last two. So 300 is 300. 32 is 32. Where you would look at this if you're from America or from England, and you would say, wouldn't we just say 332? Wouldn't it be 323? No, you have to switch these two in German. So 332. And you don't really need to know that, but it's kind of fun to know it, isn't it? 332 is our model number for this PFAFF machine, or as the Germans say, the Maschine. So this is a sehr wirksam Maschine. This is a very strong machine. Wirksam is strong in German. So you would say, das 332 Maschine is sehr wirksam. So what I just said is this model 332 is very strong. Okay? So a little bit of German, you learn how to service the machine. All I have to do is a little bit of dancing. And we're all set for our first sew off. All right. I should have opened my jacket and shown you the cool shirt that Susie made. And if you want one of these shirts, pay attention. And you can always say, no, I don't want a mechanical caliper. I don't want the Guggenheim shears that you're giving me or offering to give me. I want to get one of those cool Cow Country shirts that Susie made. And we just sent a gift package to some of our leaders, and they got some of these shirts as well. So there it is. See if I can face off like this. Cow Country Sewing, Machine, and Restoration. Yeah, Susie makes these on her little piece of Kleenex there. Susie makes these on her Cricut. Have any of you ever heard of the Cricut machine before? Yeah, she does this on her Cricut, and she's created all kinds of cool Cow Country type shirts that when we go out in public, everyone goes, hey, that's cool. I want one of those. Can I get one of those? You need to watch a live stream and try to win one of our contests, and then you can try to win one of these cool shirts. Yeah. I probably just embarrassed Susie a little bit, but she's like, yeah, those are cool shirts. All right, let's do a straight stitch. Finally, let's do a straight stitch. Okay, so the way I've set it up for a straight stitch, I should cover that as well, is I've taken our Control D. Remember, this is our Control D, and I've set it on 0. I've also shut off our Control E by putting it on 0. I've also shut off our Control B by putting it on 0 as well. So this is on 0, this is on 0, this is on 0 as well. So 0, 0, and 0, Control E, Control B, Control D. And then I've got a center needle position right now. I could go left, I could go right, but this is our needle position control again, which is Control C. And then I've set our stitch length right over here, this little control here. I pushed it all the way to the left to put it on the longest stitch setting that we have, which is 5. Make sure that we're sewing forward by pushing this up gently. And now we should be ready for a straight stitch finally. And it's not nearly as complicated then to go into a zigzag, so you'll be glad to hear that probably. We're stitching again using a quilting needle by Schmetz. And we're sewing initially on 2 layers of cotton with a stiffener in between. You can see the stiffener right there, because we're going to be doing some of the fancy stitches on here also. All right. So finally, a straight stitch. Yay! There we go. All right, let me draw that to the side. There's our straight stitch right there. And again, I always recommend drawing the needle back, the material back, so you won't bend the needle. Give this a clip. We'll lay it on a zigzag, and then we'll look at both of those stitches, and then we'll move into the fun stitches that all of you can help pick. All right, let me give that a clip. Oh, my garbage cans have disappeared. There we go. All right, let's lay it on a zigzag now. We're only going to have to make one change to do that. Only one change. Put that down. Okay, the only change we're making is we're going to be taking our control D, and we're going to be taking it all the way over to the longest setting, which is 4. So we're going to take this and move it over to there. We'll leave our needle position the same, which is our control C. We're going to leave our control B and our control E off for right now because we're not using the cam function. I didn't tell you what this is. This is for doing buttonholes. That's probably why I didn't tell you. This is to set a restriction as far as the width of that buttonhole by adjusting this either up or adjusting it down. Y'all know I don't do buttonholes, so I don't talk about this stuff very often. All right. This is our control for our light, dropping it down. I don't think I covered that either. You're going to kind of rotate this up, and it'll make that light drop down. I can't do it with one hand. I got to do it with 2. And then you can change out that bulb if needed from there. All right. Let's do a zigzag now. And then we'll move into the fun stitches that all of you have been waiting so patiently for. We'll do the fun stitches that really give you a chance to see the wonder of this German engineering. All right, zigzag and then jump into fun. Here we go. All right, let's take a look at these stitches. See how we did. One little piece of fluff there. So make sure you're looking at that link that Susie sent so you can start identifying the stitches that you want to see sewn on this 100% cotton. And then we'll move into some leather sewing. We might even do a little bit of U.S. Army grade canvas. But here's our initial stitching. You see our straight stitching and our zigzagging, really quite lovely. That's our top stitching. Lock stitching. It looks like our upper tension might be turned up a little bit higher right now because I'm seeing a little bit more definition on the back. So I'm going to back that off just a little bit. But some beautiful, beautiful lock stitching for the straight stitch and also the zigzag. You can also see I've got the presser foot pressure. I was showing you how to adjust that when I took the lid off. I might have turned it up a little bit too high for our purposes right here. You can see we're getting a little bit of puckering. If you're doing a sew off like that, if you're new to sewing, or maybe not new to sewing, and you get that little puckering next to the stitch line, that's an indication that your presser foot pressure is set a little bit too high for that material that you're sewing on, okay? So all you would do is take the lid off, turn it a little bit counterclockwise, and then when you do your stitch line again, you'll see that puckering start to disappear. Right now, it's applying a little bit too much pressure on this material. I can almost smooth it out with my fingers like that because that's really what it's doing. It's just causing a little bit of a bump up on that material. But some beautiful, beautiful stitching, straight stitching, and zigzag stitching. by this model 332. Let me get this back in place and see if anyone has any of the stitches picked out. But first of all, we'll see if we can set up this 332 to get ready to do the cam function. We got to get ready to do that cam function first, don't we? So the first thing we have to do is we have to go up to our Control E, which is our on-off switch, and we have to turn it to a setting somewhere between 7 and 1. Now, what is the significance of the 7, 5, 3, and 1? Or if you really want to be cool, you can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's the significance of the 1 through 7? On the lower setting, on the 1, for example, it is going to repeat that pattern more frequently. It's going to compress that pattern a little bit, and it's going to give you that pattern repeated more often in the sequence that you're sewing, in the distance that you're sewing. In other words, instead of having, say, 2 of those patterns, it's going to compress them out, and it's going to give you 4 of those patterns. Let me show you an example. So this particular pattern that I sewed right here, when I had it turned all the way to 1, it gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of this particular pattern. Where's my finger? I'm looking for my finger. There it is. It gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to vary between 4 and 5 depending on where that cam is turning. When I increase that number from 1 and I incrementally go up to say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, it's going to reduce the repeat of that, and it's going to give you something more like this one right here, where it's going to stretch them way out. Where's my finger? It's going to stretch them way out. You'll get a pattern there. You'll get a blank spot, and you'll get another pattern there. So if you want more of a repeat, kind of like I like, if you want more of a repeat like up here and not stretched way out like that, then you'll want to go with a lower number of 1 or 2, maybe 3. But if you go above 3, you're going to be stretching that pattern out much longer, like you can see here. And you're not going to get that repeat pattern presentation as much. You're not going to get that repeat pattern. I like the repeat pattern myself. So if you want to see that pattern repeated more frequently in a stitch line, go with a lower number. If you want to stretch it out, maybe you're doing an edge piece and you really want to stretch that particular pattern out, kind of create that gap along the edge, then go with a higher number. Hope that makes sense. That's the function of Control E. Control E. It's on and off, and then it increases or decreases the stretch or to sew. Then I'll turn my Control B and my Control A to that number, okay? And then we'll set the rest of the settings as well if we need to do that. 1, 3 space, C. Yeah, I love it too. Candido wrote that he loves this machine. I think it's a fabulous machine. If you already, like Candido and Rachel, shortly will be receiving their Nordic Husqvarna in the mail. Susie and I will be mailing it tomorrow, but they won't pick it up at the UPS store until Monday. So it'll start traveling towards the state of New York on Monday, along with another machine going back to Illinois, Lori's machine that we just did, the 130-6, 130-6. So I've been real busy over the Christmas holiday packing machines. Packing, getting Candido and Rachel's ready to go to New York, and then getting Lori's ready to go back to Illinois. And then I'm going to be packing this 332 soon also to go back to Illinois. If you didn't know, we have a lot of our cow country family in the state of Illinois. Yeah, a lot of folks out there, a lot of folks in New York. Not too long ago, we sent that Slant-O-Matic back to Sibel in Brooklyn, New York. Candido and Rachel don't live in the city. They live outside of the city. But New York is New York to me. You know what I mean? It just is. It's a fabulous, fabulous place to live. So 1, 3 for C0, please. Susie gave me a setting here, I think is what she gave me. Okay, so Control A is going to be 1. So I got to go up here. Oh, look at that. I'm already on 1. But let's say I'm not on 1. Let's say I'm not on 1. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this only clockwise, only clockwise. They even put arrows on here. See the arrows? Don't go counterclockwise. You'll break your automatic mechanism, and then I'll have to fix it for you or replace it. So we're going to click it and go all the way back to 1. There we go. Now we're back on 1. And then Susie's next number is 3. So that's going to be B is going to go to 3. So I've set B on 3. Kind of hard to see it a little bit because it's kind of darker. And then the next one is going to be for C, 0. C is 0. So C is going to be, C can't be 0, Susie. You want to look at that again, hon. C is, unless it's, oh, you know what it might be? Maybe it's automatic. Because normally, C, I didn't tell you, C, normally you're going to have 3 settings on C, this one right here. You're going to go all the way up for position 1, to the middle for position 2, and then all the way down. And the way I'm changing this is I'm pushing this down, and then rotating this all the way to position 3. So position 1, 2 or 3. I see what it is. Susie's correct. This is one of those stitches where this is going to be moving. That's why we don't have a setting for Control C. So Susie is right. We don't have any setting for this one. It'll be moving freely on its own, which is really kind of cool. It's really, really kind of cool. And then we have to just change our stitch length. For most of these decorative patterns, we're going to want to take our stitch length all the way down to 0.5. So I'm going to rotate this, this control right here. Go 4, 3, 2, 1. Keep going. All the way down to about 0.5. I even go a little bit below 0.5. See that? Way over there. And that's what we'll be doing for most of these patterns. So Susie is spot on. Susie is absolutely spot on. All right. So let's see if we can do that. I got to leave this up like this so you can see this thing do its dance. See if I can move this way back. Yeah, I'm going to do it like this for this particular stitch because this whole mechanism right here, Control C and D. Now that I'll just grab the camera. I'll sew one-handed. So let's start this one that Susie picked, and then we'll jump into the other decorative type sew-offs after that. Okay? See if we can get this puppy going. I don't see any movement yet. Let me try this. The mechanical mechanisms are a little bit temperamental. There we go. All right, I'm going to stitch this off again because what happened is when I took the lid off, when you take the lid off of these 332s, it goofs around with mechanism E, and sometimes it won't engage right away to drive that camshaft. So let me cut this. I'm going to cut off the bad sew off we just got, and we'll see if we can get this going the right way. Hold on just a second. I'll save our straight stitch in our zigzag. I need my Guggenheim shears. All right, so save our straight and zigzag, and then we'll cut this other one off. All right, we're going to save that. You can't even see what I'm looking at. We're going to save that, and I'm going to cut off this other one. Now that we're not going to be goofing around with the lid anymore and affecting Control E, we should be in good shape. Okay, so let me set this to the side. We're going to give Susie's stitch another try. And now that cam will kick in hopefully right away because that mechanism E is fully engaged. That's what happens when you goof around with something, you mess it up, Scott. You mess it up, buddy. All right, let me try this again. Here we go. Oh, I'm sewing way crooked. Oh, I sewed really crooked. Jiminy crickets. I sewed like totally crooked. This is embarrassing. I was just, see, that's why I need like an assistant to do the camera stuff for me or something. I need an assistant to do the camera stuff. Susie, what stitch is that? Because I'm not getting the output that I want. What stitch do you have there, kiddo? I need to see what that stitch looks like because I don't like the output that this machine is giving right now. I'm wondering if I'm doing a different stitch than what you gave me. What stitch do you have, Susie? I'm going to see if Susie can show me the stitch because the output is not representing what I think it should be representing. I might just pick a stitch myself, doggone it. All right, let me put that there. Control A, yep. Everything else is set up correctly. I'm wondering if that setting might be off. I'm gonna get my stitch card up because the output I'm getting from the settings that Susie just gave me, it's not coming out correctly. So let me open up my stitch card. Give me just a second. I've got to go all the way into the Cow Country site, and then I have to search the stitch card for the 332. 332 stitch card. And if you happen to own a 130, a PFAFF 130 that has the coffee grinder on the back, you can also find a, trying to pause this. You can also find a stitch card with basically a frame-by-frame picture of all the settings for the 130-6 as well that has that coffee grinder, that stitch mechanism on it. Now I can't see my screen. I'm going to try a 141 to start us out here. 141. Give me a second here. So I'm going to leave the same setting on top that Susie had. I've got Control A on 1. I'm going to change Control B to 4. And then I'm going to take our Control C, and it says to put it in 1. That means a left needle position. So I'm going to push this in and then move it all the way up. Check our stitch length. Our stitch length is correct. Let's try doing this stitch pattern. Some reason the stitch pattern numbers that Susie gave me, they just didn't bring out the right pattern. I need to go back to my camera. Okay. Let me try this stitch pattern now. So the pattern I just sewed is from the single needle side, and it's pattern 141. 141. Let me just double check that. Yep, 141. So Control A is going on 1, Control B is going on 4, and then Control C, which is our needle position, is going all the way to the top, which is position 1. And I know that's a little bit complicated, a little bit tricky, but now I'm going to go to the next setting, which probably is going to be 142. All we're going to do basically is change the needle position on it. Yep. So on this next pattern that we're going to sew, let me draw this material through and back. And I'm looking at the stitch pattern on the screen right now. I can't see the camera, so just hang with me for a second here. You get this back into position. So the only change I'm going to make right now is I'm going to change this. Let me go back to my camera. Yep. The only thing I'm going to change now is I'm going to change our needle position. Control A is going to stay at 1. Control B is going to stay at 4. Control C, we have to change now from position 1 to position 2. So I'm going to push it down and then move it to a center needle position. So now it's in position 2. You can kind of see the little markings right here. Position 1, position 2, position 3 from left to right. That's going to be your control C setting, so you know you're in the right spot. So right now we're in position 2, 1, 4, 2 to do this next pattern. 1, 4, 2. We just double check. Yep, 1, 4, 2. So the only thing we changed really is the needle position. Everything else is exactly the same. Everything else is exactly the same. All right, so pattern 1, 4, 2. Let me get the camera set up so you can see it being sewn. We've done 1, 4, 1. Blue ladder stitch. Yeah, the machine is like a tank. Absolutely. All right, so now we're going to do this next one. And again, all we did was change the alignment of that needle. Get a little bit closer here. All right, here we go. 1, 4, 2. And by changing it to 1, 4, 2, we get a totally different stitch pattern. Look at that. We moved this from a right position now to a center position, so we're getting the benefits of that zigzag going all the way down and giving us a real nice representation of that pattern. I might even go a little bit shorter. Just adjusting my stitch length even a little bit shorter than we're going right now. And these present totally differently. I'm going to do the same pattern we just did. I'm going to do it on leather now to show you how this quilting needle can handle leather. And I think you'll be blown away. Most people don't think of sewing leather with a quilting needle. At least I don't think they do. But you can get a totally different result. We'll put some of this genuine cowhide to work now. We'll sew the same pattern, 1, 4, 2. On leather and see what result we get here as far as the way the stitch presents. That's really the big deal. When you're doing different decorative ornamental stitching like this, you want it to present in such a way that people just go, holy cow, that's gorgeous. I think that's the result that this quilting needle will bring us, even though it's not designed probably ideally to be sewing leather. It's a super sharp needle. And when you're quilting, you're going through sometimes 4 to 6 layers of material. So I think it'll get the job done. Let's see how it does. So again, this is stitch pattern on the single needle side, 1, 4, 2 on 100% genuine cowhide. Here we go. Oh, you hear it hit that leather? It hit that leather like, ouch. I didn't give it much gas. I should have given it more gas, and then it would have had more of a boost in success. But look at how that presents now. You can compare it to the 1, 4, 2 on 100% cotton. I love the way it presents on 100% leather, don't you? Genuine cowhide. It just right away draws that together in such a way, it just really, really makes it pop. I think it's quite a lovely, lovely stitch. And again, we're sewing with a quilting needle on 100% leather. Who knew, right? Who knew? It almost looks, kind of looks like the Bethlehem star a little bit, doesn't it? So that is stitch 142 if you want to try it on your 332, or if you want to try it on your model 230 or your model 338, you can use the same stitch settings on those 3 machines and try it out on leather. You can even do it with one of the Schmetz quilting needles. I'm probably making the Schmetz people a little bit nervous right now, but I've got a lot of confidence in their needles. I really do. And this is only a size 75. A size 75 quilting needle. So it's really designed more for lighter duty, but we're running it through probably about 4 ounces of genuine cowhide and just delivering. Look at the lock stitching on the back as well. I didn't sew too straight because I was trying to show you the mechanism moving as well for Control D, but really quite a lovely stitch. That's our lock stitching and our top stitching. I just think that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. So you can use quilting needles to sew leather now. I'll probably get a nasty note from our buddies at Schmetz anytime now. And we can even go back to that original stitch that we sewed, 141, I believe it was. We're going to change that needle position again. And we're going to stick with leather for just a little bit. And I drifted a little bit, I think, because I was looking off camera at the mechanism. But it's also possible that as we're moving into leather sewing that we don't have enough presser foot pressure. And I'm not going to take the lid off again to adjust that, but I'll just manage it carefully. But know that if your fabric is also drifting a little bit as you're sewing, you might have to bump that presser foot pressure up a little bit. So I'm going to leave all the other settings the same, except for our Control C. I'm going to move that back up to the top. I'm going to push it down, move it all the way up to position 1. So now we have a setting of on Control A 1, Control B 4, Control C 1, position 1, and our Control D is going to be moving in the sewing process. This time I'll be smart and kind of leave it back here so I don't have to try to hold the camera too. All right, I'm going to touch Control D. So you can see Control D. You can see the needle. Perfect. So now I'm going to re-sew the same pattern again, 141, and we'll see how it presents on this 100% cowhide. All right, here we go. And I'll give it a little bit more gas this time. I just don't want to break this. I don't want to break this quilting needle because I have 2 left. I've got 2 needles left, so I got a fighting chance. Maybe I'll give a little bit of a hand boost as I go. All right, here we go. Watch that Control D move back and forth. So that's Control. Oh, yeah, I like this one. I like the way it presents better on leather. Let me get closer. So you can look at them side by side. That's the cotton. Oops, you can't see it. Hold on. There we go. There's the cotton, and there's the leather. We just sewed this one here. That's 141, and then this one to the right of it, that's 141, 142. Yeah, it's really quite spectacular. Just gaining appreciation for your material choice also can depict how that stitch is going to present. I think I love it on the leather. I love it even more on the leather than the cotton. Yeah, very, very nice. Very, very nice. Let me draw this out. We can look at the stitching a little bit more critically. Pull that thread to the side. I think all of you know I love sewing on leather. Leather is just spectacular. It tends to really accentuate that stitch pattern. I'm imagining that over in Germany, when they developed this automatic mechanism, that they probably did some stitch offs on leather too, didn't they? And you'll see the only thing is, as you're sewing this, the cam is turning. You sometimes start, you get half of the pattern down here. You only get a portion of the pattern. But this is our leather sewing so far. And our lock stitching, I'll kind of just bend it back a little bit. Our upper tension, that was cleaned, much more detailed than the one I demonstrated for you. Look at how well it's doing its job. It's doing a brilliant job. Yeah. So if you didn't know that a quilting needle can sew leather, there you go. It does a brilliant job. It does a great job. I'll go back to the cotton again. Let's go back to the cotton again. We'll see if there's another stitch pattern. If someone wants to give me the settings for that, that would be great. And we will go back and forth between leather and cotton for a little bit. What do we have? I have 3 FAFFs, 130-6, 230, and 260. That's fabulous. Those are great machines. Great machines. I should find out who the person is that has the models. It's what is it? FTF 652 or something like that. I should find out who they are, and I should mail them Herr Obermeister, and they could take pictures of their 3 FAFF machines with Herr Obermeister, and then mail me the picture back, or send me the picture and then mail me Herr Obermeister back. We could send Herr Obermeister all around the world to pose with FAFF machines. And wouldn't that be fun? I just wouldn't want to lose him in the mail, you know, because he's the only one I've got. He's wood. I mean, he's super cool. He's a super cool dude. But I'd be willing to consider that idea of mailing him around the world, and people could take pictures of their FAFF machines with Herr Obermeister, kind of get really creative, and then we could have a contest of the audience judging the best picture of Herr Obermeister with the FAFF sewing machines, and then give them a great prize. You know, like a set of Guggenheim shears, or maybe a mechanical caliber with the shears. I don't know. We give them something fun. But that would be super cool to send Herr Obermeister all around the world and have him pose with people's Western Germany machines. That would be fun. That would be cool. Yeah, that would be super cool. Okay, Teresa has a setting, and if someone types something above the live chat where Teresa has D2, B3, A7, I'm going to do Teresa's setting, see what we get. And if anyone has any above that, please retype it, or if one of the leaders would go ahead and retype it for me and who it's from, that way I can do theirs too. I don't want anybody to be left out. Don't want anybody to be left out. Oh, our friend is from Virginia. Yeah, cool. They're not too far from us then. Susie and I are just a hiccup from Virginia. We just have to go through the tunnel, and then there's a road right there to take you into Ewing, Virginia. Yeah, I don't know how far they are from that, but yeah, cool. Very cool. All right, D2. Let me start with A. And when you type these in the live chat, go ahead and start with the A, because that's the easiest thing for me. I'll do them in order. So A7, we're going to change our A control to 7. All right, A control is on 7. And then our B control is going to be on 3. B control is on 3. And D control, D is on 2. You might mean, do you mean C is on 2? C must be on 2, because D doesn't have this is D right here. D doesn't have a 2 setting. It either has a 0. When you're doing these decorative patterns, it either is going to move freely or it's going to be set on 0. So I'm guessing you probably mean C is going to be 2. So I'm going to move C to 2, see what we get. Actually, it's not going to let me move. I'm going to leave that alone. Maybe it's going to move both. It's probably going to move both. It's the only thing when I can't see the pattern, I don't know what pattern it is. Let me see what we get. Let me see what we get. Let me see what we get. All right. Yeah, I don't see a setting for D for 2. C was blank, so C is going to move. So on this one, we should see C and D moving in conjunction with each other because there's no setting for D unless it's 0. Let me back up so you can see the little dance. We should have both controls moving right now. I mean, once I push on the foot controller. Ha ha! All right, let's see what kind of stitch we have here that Teresa gave us. And we'll go from there. And again, some of the link that Susie shared, just so you're aware, the link that Susie shared where you have the bigger images, more like this, that's going to be for single needle sewing. On that same frame by frame picture thing I did, the video thing I did that Susie shared the link for, there's also single needle sewing as well, which is going to look a little bit different than this. So we can sew single needle on, we can sew a twin needle on a single needle machine set up the way it is right now. It's just going to make it smaller. That's all. All right, blah, blah. Let's do this one. We'll try Teresa's stitch now and kind of keep an eye in this region right here for control C and D. Let's see what they do. Let's see what they do. All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm not getting much of a pattern out of that one. I don't know which one it is or what it's supposed to look like, but I didn't get much of a pattern out of that one at all. I wonder if my setting might be a little bit off or something. I didn't get much of a pattern. I got mostly a tight zigzag on that one. I got a tight zigzag on that one. It doesn't quite present anything. Maybe I'll start, not to take it away from the audience, but maybe I'll start choosing some of these settings and we'll get a nice string of stitching. Yeah, my stitch length is the same. Let's see what we get. Let's see if Control D was maybe stuck a little bit. I'm going to stitch it one more time. See if we get a different pattern. Otherwise, I'll grab a couple patterns off of there. All right, let me give this a go again. There we go. There we go. There we go. The only problem when you have a very complex automatic mechanism like this is depending on where that mechanism stops in the sewing process, the previous one, depending on where it stops, sometimes one of those control regions, A, B, C, D, will stick a little bit. And you have to actually move it a little bit. That's what I did for Teresa's stitch. And the initial one, when that control D wasn't moving as freely as it needed to move, we got this, which is a gobbledygook. And then I checked that control D, and this is what we got. That looks a little bit different. Those two look different. Takes us back to the classes we used to do where they say, which one is different? Yeah. That almost looks like it's probably a twin needle pattern because it's much smaller. See how it doesn't have the definition that these do up here? This is designed probably for a twin needle sew off, and then it would fill it out nicely when you're dealing with 2 threads and 2 needles. Yeah, but it's still a lovely pattern. Even though it's designed for twin needle, it still presents beautifully, doesn't it? Really quite nice. Yeah, so our control D was a little bit sticky. Our control D was just a little bit sticky, and our control C was working like a banshee going up and down. Our control D was like, I don't know if I want to play this game or not. And all of a sudden it kicked in with just a little bit of an encouragement, and then it went wild. Let's try this same pattern. It looks like it's designed for twin needle. Let's try it on leather, see what we get. I'm going to move us a little bit closer because you've seen these controls moving. Maybe I should really give you a close shot of those controls moving. Get our leather in place. What if I can do this? Yeah, I could probably do this, like up, down, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah. All right. Get a little bit closer. There you can see the stitching. There you can see the controls. All right. We'll start down here on the leather, and I'll bump it up so you can watch the controls do their dance, okay? All right. So Teresa stitch one more time. And yeah, let's see how it presents on leather. All right, here we go. Yeah, you can see right away when you look at this pattern, you can tell that it's designed for twin needle sewing because it's very, very difficult to see it. It just doesn't flesh it out. It doesn't flesh it out at all. You can see the needle trail going across, creating the same pattern that we did on the cotton over here. See if I can get that in the same shot there. This is how it presented on cotton against the red. And then against the leather, it doesn't flesh out like these single needle ones. Because what this pattern is looking for is that second needle with that second thread building that pattern out, bulking it out. So that's how you can tell as well. There's nothing wrong with sewing twin needle patterns with a single needle. It's just that they don't present the way that they are intended to be presented. It presents it kind of a lean, yeah, it looks like it needs to eat. It's like an Italian or an Armenian mom. You need to eat. You need to eat and put on some meat so that you look like your brother. So you look like your sister. Look at your sister. Look at your brother. You're skinny. You're too skinny. You're way too skinny. So yeah, that's the only thing is when we go between these patterns on the link that Susie sent, you'll see that at a certain point, the appearance of the patterns will change as we move into the twin needle realm. They're just leaner looking. They're not as fleshed out, and we can certainly sew them, but they're not going to present quite as well as these single needle patterns. So yeah, blah, 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 blah. We put that back into position. See if there's another one that we can sew. Getting seasick. Yeah, I don't blame you. All right, I'm going to do another single needle pattern. And when you open up that link that Susie showed you, I don't know if I can show you on the camera or not, if it'll actually show. Well, I can do it on the paper. I can do it on the paper easier. The twin needle, see if it's set up the same way. Next to the single ones, where are they? Okay, like this. When you open up that link that Susie sent, you're going to basically start with a pattern like this one right here. And I can't see the camera right now. Yep. You're going to start with that pattern right there. And then it's going to go all the way. This is going to be all single needle, all single needle, all single needle, single needle, until you get right to here. That's going to be the end of the single needle right here, the black one right there. And then this, because I recorded it wrong, I should have documented these as well. And I've written those numbers in if you want to see any of these from another website. I didn't test them yet. I hope they work. But these will be all on the video will be all single needle, or will be twin needle, excuse me. Starting right here will be twin needle. And from here all the way back to the very beginning will be all single needle sewing. All the way to right there. So that's where the video will open up. Single needle, single needle, single needle, single needle, single needle, single needle. Still single needle. And then twin needle will start right where I have the writing right there. Twin needle. I hope that makes sense. I goofed up. I did this like 10 years ago. In a basement workshop that I had at the time. It wasn't real well lit. I'll make all kinds of excuses, but I goofed up. So I didn't do these single needle settings for these. But I've got them written out here from another website. I hope they work. I didn't try them yet. So if anybody sees any of these that they like and want to try it single needle, the setting, for example, this one over here is 832. And then 732, 632, 532, 432, 332, 232, 132, right there where my finger is. It looks like 85, 75, 65, 55, 45. 3-5, 2-5, and finally 1-5. Yeah, all the rest of them are on there, but I goofed up and I didn't do those single needle ones, but they're on the video as a twin needle stitch. On there is a twin needle stitch. Oh, owner's in the chat. Okay, cool. Great to have Terry with us. Terry is the owner from Ohio. And she's going to have a lot of fun with this machine. She's going to have a lot of fun with this machine. No doubt about it. 132, 132. Let me give 132 a try. We'll do it on leather. So I've got to change Control A. Susie just gave me 132, so I'll change Control A to 1. And then we'll change Control B to 3. It's already on 3. And then we have to change our needle position to a center needle position, which is 2 on the stitch card. Actually, I don't think it's 132, kiddo, because this is resisting that setting, telling me that it's going to be moving automatically. I'm trying to move the Control C to move it to position 2, which would be 1, 3, 2, and it's not moving. So that's telling me that with this stitch that you pick, Susie, it's going to be moving Control C and Control D, because right now it won't let me move it. You don't want to force it. So let's give the stitch a try. Susie, pick this one, and we'll see what we get as far as an output. Oh, is that from the new number, Susie? Yeah, so that guy's goofy. Susie found this website late last night with another person that showed the stitch card. And I said they got it backwards. They showed it D through A. So you got to reverse the numbers. And then I did, like I said, I haven't tested these yet. I don't know if they work. And Susie, you reverse the numbers, right, hon? You reverse the numbers, and it should be setting as on his stitch card. It should be A is set on 1. It's not D, right? Yeah, D wouldn't be on 1 anyway. Okay, we can give this a try. See what we get. If it's goofy, then we'll go back to my stitch card, because I know my stitch card is accurate. And we'll do the single needle ones we can do. We won't use his settings. I don't know if his settings are reliable or not, to be honest with you. All right, let's do this stitch that Susie just gave me. We'll see what we get. If we get something goofy, we'll go back to our regular stitch card, okay? See how she does. I can tell you right now, as I'm looking at this, that what this gentleman posted on his website is these are twin needle settings, because I'm looking at this stitch pattern right now that Susie just gave me the settings for off of this other website. And it's definitely a twin needle setting. You can tell by the way it presents. It's presenting nothing like our single needle ones here. See how it's coming out? It's coming out like the other one we did that was also twin needle. This one right here. So I'm gonna encourage you to go back to that stitch link that Susie shared and work within that range of single needle stitches that I have. It's possible that Terry has a stitch card for the 332 at home. Hopefully it's a correct one. And then she'll be able to have the correct settings for those other stitches that I didn't capture in my video 10 years ago or 9 years ago, whatever it was. Because these two right now, the last two we did on this leather, are designed for twin needle sewing based on how they're presenting. I'm not even going to finish. Well, I can finish sewing this one and show it to you. I'll finish sewing it and show it to you. All right, I'm going to stop right there. So you can see right away how you can tell it's for a twin needle setting. It's a beautiful pattern. It's really quite lovely, but it's got no bone. It's got no meat on the bones. It's got no meat on the bones because it's looking for that second needle with that second thread feed to fill this out. But it's a lovely, lovely pattern that Susie got from this other site. What he needs to put on his site is that those stitch settings are for twin needle. They're not set for single needle. You can see that. Compare these. Here you can see this is a proper pattern, twin needle, twin needle. So, and maybe on one of these presentations of a 332, or maybe if I get a 230 or a 338 in the workshop, I'll set it up with twin needle sewing and we can try that. I'm not prepared for that today, but certainly Terry can try it. Terry can sew these same patterns, set it up with twin needle, 2 spools of thread on top. And yeah, I'd love to see pictures of that. I'll post it on Facebook. That would be cool. That'd be really, really cool. All right, let me give this a clip. And I'm going to go back to my stitch card online and we'll do some more single needle sew offs. And if anyone wants to grab any of those, you can certainly do that. And again, our setup today is we're sewing with one of Schmet's quilting needles. I decided I wanted to expand people's horizon. So I'm sewing with a Schmet's 7511 quilting needle, like that one right there. And we're sewing through about 4 ounces of leather with a quilting needle. Most people probably don't even know you could do that, but we do all kinds of things on this channel to expand the horizons for people so they can see that needles have more versatility than sometimes you realize. Thread's the same way. Gives you a lot of choices. A lot of choices. All right, I'm going to go back to my stitch wheel and I'm going to grab a different stitch for single needle sewing. I'm going to tell you that when the video opens up on the stitch thing that Susie posted, it's going to be the 1, 2, 3. It's going to be the fifth stitch in. The 5th stitch in. It's a black one. It's a black stitch. And the settings are 242. 242. 242. So we're going to set that right now. We're going to go up to Control A. Take it to 2. Control B has to be 4. Take it up to 4. And the last one is 2, which is Control C. That tells me that we need to put it at a center needle position. That's too far down. That's a right needle position. There we go. There's a center needle position. I'm just going to double check. Okay, so we're going to be sewing this pattern now. And I'll see if I can show it to you on the piece of paper. It's going to be easier than trying to do it on the screen. See if I can find it here. Where is it? I'll be doggone. This is that fella's stitch card. I don't even see it on this stitch card. It's similar to that, but that's not it. This is the stitch card I'm showing you right now on the screen is this other person's stitch card. I don't think it's right because I don't even see that stitch pattern on there unless it's a different color. Oh, it is a different color on that stitch card. Let me double check. Yep, it's going to be the red one right there. Let me go to my screen with the camera. It's going to be red. It's going to be red on my original one with an original PFAFF stitch dial-a-stitch card. Mine was black. On this one, it's red for whatever reason. So that's the one I'm going to be stitching right here. There are some inconsistencies, but we will figure it out. All right. $842. So Terry's got one, $842. We'll give that a try too. Perfect. Right now, I'll do this one off of my stitch video, 242, and then we'll do Terry's right after that. All right, I'm going to do it on leather first because I just love I like the way leather presents. And I do have a stitch card. It's somewhere underneath the house. We haven't gotten in that box yet. All right, let's try this one first, and then we'll do Terry's right after that. Okay? All right, here we go. All right, bring that there. So this is the one we just did off of our stitch card. Really quite a lovely one. Isn't that pretty? That again is going to be stitch 242. 242 single needle. 242 single needle. Let me cut that thread and we'll get a closer look at it. Two, 4, 2. See the contrast? Twin needle, single needle, single needle, single needle. Isn't that lovely? What a beautiful stitch. 242. There's our lock stitching on the back. Kind of disappears in that nap, doesn't it? Kind of disappears in that nap. Yeah, I love that one. Let's do Terry's next. Let's do Terry's next. Terry picked 842. Let's do an 842, see how that does. We'll do that one on leather also, 842. So we're going to go up here and we'll change our control A to 8. So we got our control A on 8. And again, only turn this clockwise. Now our control B is already on 4. And our control C is already on 2. So that's it. We'll try Terry's pattern now. I have no idea what it's supposed to look like, but we'll check it out. And Terry got this off of her stitch card. So we should be good to go. All right, let's give this a try. Here we go. Stop for a second. There we go. Yeah, that's a pretty pattern. It's not quite as full as the last one we did. It doesn't quite have that fullness to it, but it's still a lovely pattern. This is the one that Terry just gave us the settings for off of her stitch card. Yeah, very different. It's kind of has that same appearance of almost being like a star or something like that. But this one I like. It's a little bit more filled out, but that's equally lovely. It's just a different look, isn't it? Quite different. And again, you can change the appearance of any of these stitches that we're doing by adjusting your stitch length. I've got it very, very short right now. I've got it like below 0.5 as far as stitch length. If I went longer, it would change the appearance of the stitch that Terry just gave us, the 842. So you can goof around with that. You won't be able to control the stitch width on most of these because the cam function will change that. And again, the stitch width is going to be your control D. You also won't be able to do a lot with stitch position unless they give you that setting for the needle position, because that's going to be predetermined as well. But you can have fun with the stitch length and get a different outcome completely. And as you move into the twin needle realm, you can try some of these other stitches that we tried as a single needle, and you'll get some beautiful results from those also. Get some beautiful results. Combination pattern, Jenny mentioned that. You're probably thinking back to that 401A that we presented recently. With the 401A underneath the hood, where you open up that lid, you've got a choice of primary patterns and combination patterns. The combination patterns for the 401A are that bottom row inside the lid. That might be what you're thinking of. These are just a variety of, I call them decorative ornamental stitches, but maybe they're referred to in some circles as combination too. Well, let's try a couple more of these single needle ones and really give this 332 an opportunity to shine. Really give this machine an opportunity to shine. So if you want to go to your stitch link that Susie gave you, we can certainly do that. I'll go back to our cotton again. Again, we've got 2 layers of cotton. What am I pointing at? There we go. We got 2 layers of cotton with a stiffener in between. And we can do another single needle pattern. We'll do the same thing on leather as well, just to see how they compare and contrast. I love the look of leather. I don't know about you all, but leather just really, really kicks it out beautifully. Oh, yeah. It alternates. Yeah, like an alternating pattern. I didn't get the combination thing. I got you. So it alternates between what kind of looks like a fish and an arrow. Yeah. So we'll call them combination, or we can call it a fish pattern. Why not? We'll come up with all kinds of fun names. All right, let me go back to my stitch card. Does anyone have any from the stitch card that Susie gave you the link for? Terry's is the last one at 842. Let me pick another one. I'll pick another one out here. Let me see what I got. I'm going to do 341. 341. I'm going to do 341. If you want to look on that stitch pattern, on my stitch pattern on the video, it shows up as blue 841. Let me see if I can find it on here. 841. Yeah, it's going to be different. I'm so color oriented. I'm looking for the right color, but I don't see it. At any rate, go to my video that Susie posted the link for, and it will be the from the starting point of the video. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It'll be the 7th stitch from the start of the video. The seventh stitch from the start of the video. So let me set this one up. It's going to be 341. 341. So I'm going to go up to Control A. We'll go to 3. And then we're going to change. Nope. Our Control B is already on 4. We're going to leave that, but we are going to change Control C, the needle position, because right now we're in position 2. We need to be on 1. So I'm going to push this in and move it up. Okay. So 3, 4, 1. And we should get almost looks like kind of a pyramid thing pointing to the side. We'll try it first of all on the cotton, and then we'll try it on the leather. Let's see, 3, 4, 1. Just double checking that yep, 3, 4, 1. Okay. Looks like I got the camera orientated pretty well. All right, let's try this next pattern and we'll try it on leather afterwards. All right, here we go. Okay, this is again stitch 3, 4, 1, kind of a mountain style stitch. I bet you it's going to look really, really gorgeous on that leather, but that's what we just got right there. It's kind of a mountain look to it almost. Maybe waves on the ocean if you're on the coast. Yeah, very, very nice. Very, very nice. Beautiful lock stitching as well on the back of there. Now let's try the same, exactly the same pattern, 3, 4, 1, and we're going to put it down on leather just to show you how material choice can also change. If you're working on a project, the materials you choose can make or break your project, especially if you're selling those items, right? You're trying to sell those items, you really want them to pop. I'm going to set this down below here. You really want them to pop and present in a way that people just go, oh my goodness gravy, I want that. I want it. So we're going to try 3, 4, 1, and now we're going to lay it down on leather. See what y'all think of this, all right? All right, here we go. Oh, sorry about that. There's so many things to do when you're live streaming. And I'll all of a sudden look up and I'll say, okay, what do you think of that? And the camera's pointing the wrong direction. It's like Jiminy Crickets, Scotty. Isn't that beautiful on leather? I just think that, let me cut the thread and give you a closer look at it. I love the way this cowhide presents the stitching on Terry's machine. It just really, really gives it a pizzazz. Really, really makes it pop out nicely. So this is, again, pattern 3, 4, 1. Control A is on 3. Control B is on 4. Control C, which is needle position, is all the way at the top, which is going to give you a left needle position. And this is what we got right here. Wait, there it is. I think that's gorgeous. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. I like Terry's choice below it too. That's quite lovely. Very, very nice. Look at that lock stitching on the back. Got to pull it back a little bit so you can see it. I'll tell you the one thing about a quilting needle, and I am not a quilter. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not a quilter, but I'll tell you one thing about a quilting needle. They are one of the sharpest needles that you can possibly sew with, apart from maybe a Microtex. Microtex is maybe going to be equal to or maybe even a little bit sharper, but they cut through stuff. My goodness. And they also are designed, if you didn't know this, the Schmetz quilting needles these ones right here. If you struggle with certain projects where you're skipping stitches all the time, these needles, the step, what does that say? Step natal. The step natal quilting needles by Schmetz are designed specifically to protect you against skip stitching. If you're plagued by skip stitching, give these needles a try. Doesn't matter if you're sewing a quilt or you're sewing some other material. They're designed specifically because of the position of the scarf and the needle eye, the spacing on that, the strategic spacing that only Schmetz knows. They're specifically designed to avoid skip stitching. So another huge benefit in getting a pack of these and putting them in your sewing room, and as you have time, giving them a try on different projects. They're going to sew a little bit differently than that universal needle. I think a little bit better in some respects, quite honestly. Really a wonderful needle. I've got to get more of these. These are my last 2 needles. So Susie kind of orders our stuff. I'll ask her to remember or remind me when we're in a local sewing place that has needles, we got to pick up 1 or 2 more packets of these. We'll use these more in some of the live streams because they sew up a storm, don't they? Even on this leather, look at those stitches. Yeah, beautiful stitching. Beautiful stitching. All right, let's pick another one. See, if anyone has one from the single needle realm, throw it at me. Let's do another single needle pattern. Oh, I didn't show you the comparison. That was on cotton. Lovely on cotton. And that one was on leather. That one over there. See if I can do it like that maybe. Yeah. It just seems like when you sew the leather that with these particular patterns on Terry's 332, it just overlays that thread. It overlays that thread even in a more snug way to really give you the beauty of the stitch pattern that they envisioned back in Western Germany back in the 1940s when they were developing these automatic functions. And then they introduced them in the 1950s. Just really demonstrates the beauty of that on leather, I think even more so than on cotton. And part of it might be the needle we're using, right? If we throw a universal needle in there, we might all of a sudden decide that we like the way it presents better on cotton than on leather. I don't know. Like I say, sometimes a teacher, always a student. We won't know unless we try it. And a lot of those channels, they just don't try it. They're not adventurous. They're not curious like a kid and saying, what's going to happen if we do this? Yeah, we are. We're very curious. All right. Let me go get my glasses on and see if there's another stitch pattern somebody picked. Otherwise, I will pick one. Unless the owner has one. What does that red mean? Did somebody just donate $200? Is that what that means? Is that super chat or something? See, I don't even know about this stuff. $199.99. Did our friend from Virginia just make a super chat thing for $199.99? Oh my goodness! If that's what that means, I'm blown away. That's amazing. You're gonna have to bring one of your machines in, and maybe we can apply some of that super chat money. If that's what it is, we can apply that towards a service on one of your PFAFF machines. I think you have 3 of them, if I remember correctly. Oh my goodness gravy. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. That's such a huge encouragement. It really is. I'm definitely going to have to consider loaning you Herr Obermeister for those pictures now. I have to consider loaning you Herr Obermeister for those pictures. That's amazing. All right, let's see what else we have here. Let me go back to our stitch patterns. Let's do like a diamond one now. Let's do a diamond one. It's right next to the other one we just did. It should be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It should be the 8th pattern in when the video opens. It almost looks like a diamond type pattern. And let's do that on leather first, and then we'll do it on cotton afterwards. So it's going to be 3, 4, 2. I don't think we've done that yet, have we? Have we done 3, 4, 2? 3, 4. We did 3, 4, 1, I think. 3, 4, 1. So now we're going to do 3, 4, 2. And the only thing we're changing is our needle position in Control C. So we're going to move this down 1. So we're at a center needle position. That's position 2. And we're going to try laying down this, I'm going to call it a diamond pattern, kind of a diamond pattern type thing. And I'll set the camera back a little bit so you can watch the activity on Control D and also see the needle as well. Got to lower it down just a little bit. There we go. That's pretty good, I think. So this again is stitch pattern 342, designed for single needle. And I believe I said it was the 8th pattern in. So we're showing nearly the identical, we're showing the identical pattern by cam function, but we're changing the output and the look of the stitch by the sheer movement of the needle position from left to a center needle position. It's really quite fascinating how that works. All right, let's do this next one and kind of keep an eye over here for this region. We should see a little dancing going on, and we'll see what we think of this next stitch. All right, here we go. All right, we'll stop right there. And again, if you're joining us a little bit late and you're seeing me sew this genuine cowhide, again, it's probably, if you look at it from the side, it's probably about 4 ounces of leather. I can't see a thing because I'm looking at the stitch card right now. See this, the thickness of this leather. It's not a super thin leather, probably about 4 ounces of leather. And we're doing this with a quilting needle today, just to give heart palpitations to our dear friends over at Schmetz. Schmetz follows us. We follow them. They love us. We love them. I just admire the quality of their product so much. Now, if I get all of a sudden a phone call or a text from the people at Oregon Needles or Singer Needles, if any of you follow Singer online, region, blah, 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 Singer or something like that, they follow us very closely. You'll see, because they remark about our posts and that, and they got a following of like over 250,000 people. So I'm really humbled by that. I'm so glad that they're interested in what we're doing, and not just interested in Singer sewing machines, but they recently commented, and I don't know if Candido and Rachel know this, but they recently commented on my packing post on Facebook that I was doing on Christmas Day of packing that Nordic Husqvarna sewing machine that's going to be going to New York to Candido and Rachel. These folks at the North, whatever it is, I'm sorry, I'm getting it wrong. I know I am. North Region Singer, blah, blah, blah. It's a huge group following, like over 250,000 people. And they love what we do, and we love what they do. So if Singer all of a sudden contacts me and say, hey, why don't you ever show our Singer needles? I'll probably say because they're not to the same standard that they were back in the day, but I'll put them to use, just like I did when we got that note. Remember that note we got from one of the vice presidents at Walmart saying, thanks for showing our Hello Hobby needles? Remember those? Do you remember those things or not? These right here. I tried these a couple times. I picked them up at Walmart, and then all of a sudden I got an email from a vice president of blah, blah, blah at Walmart. And this gal said, thanks so much for demonstrating our needles. Thanks for putting them to use. Now, some of their needles didn't do so well, and I was honest about that. But their embroidery needles for Hello Hobby from Walmart, they do a pretty good job. They really do. They do a decent job. So if you want to, next time you're in your Walmart, go to the sewing section, pick up a couple packets of these Hello Hobby needles, and try them on some of your projects. See what you think. They're cheaper than Schmetz, or I should say less expensive. They're less expensive than Schmetz or Singer needles. But, sometimes you just don't know. Maybe all of a sudden you'll find a Hello Hobby needle that you just, oh, this is great. I love this. That's wonderful. Let us know about it. Let us know about it. But my point is that sometimes we've got a big audience. I think sometimes we've had an audience recently of almost 2,000 people. Earlier today, we had a huge group of people that were here. They stepped away for whatever reason. Maybe I wasn't entertaining enough. Maybe not. Maybe I should have danced more. But sometimes we have a smaller, more intimate audience. That's fine too. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just glad that each and every one of you that is here right now, and our owner as well, can make this live stream and be a part of it. I think that's super cool. Saturdays, right after Christmas, are you kidding me? It's crazy busy. And we've been going now 3 hours, and some of you are just so much in love with what we do and so devoted and so loyal that you're here to the very end. And I love all of you for that. I'm so grateful for you. But at any rate, this is the stitch we just did on this leather. It's kind of a diamond stitch. It's really quite spectacular. I'll lift it up a little bit for you. It's basically exactly the same as this, but we went from a left needle position to do this to a center needle position to do that. It's the same stitch pattern, 3-4-1, 3-4-2, or something like that. Hold on a second. Let me get it right. 3-4 something. 3-4-2. Yeah, 3-4-2. Yeah, 3-4-2, 3-4-1. So this is 3-4-1. This is 3-4-2. Basically the same pattern. We just kind of goofed around with a needle position. Control C. And it's spectacular. All of these are spectacular. These are spectacular, but you just can't see them because they're for twin needle sewing. But they're all spectacular. All right. If somebody has another pick, go ahead and look at that video that Susie posted, the single needle pictures, and pick out another one for me. Otherwise, I'm going to pick one out. Oh, I was going to do this on cotton too, wasn't I? Let me do the same one on cotton while you're looking at those patterns. And again, the single needle ones are going to be skinnier. You'll know when that transition happens in the video, because all of a sudden they go from the fatter patterns, the ones with more meat on the bones like these, to the real skinny ones, the little skinny mini ones. So if you pick out a twin needle one, I'm still going to sew it, but it's going to look goofy. It's not going to look complete. And that's okay. It's not going to look complete. So Terry's got an 832. 832, is that right? 832. All right, I'm going to go back to Terry's stitch as soon as I stitch this off on the cotton, because I promised you I was going to do that. So you can look at it on the cotton and you can look at it on the leather and just see how it presents differently. And then we'll do Terry's 832 right after that. 832. And move this in a little bit. So now we're going to be sewing basically the same pattern, but we changed the needle position. We're going to get more of a diamond stitch, hopefully. And then we'll go ahead and do Terry's stitch right after that, okay? All right, here's this stitch, which is 3-4-2, 3-4-2. All right, here we go. I gave it a little bit more gas that time. I was feeling kind of wily. Okay, so I'm going to pull this out. We'll look at it on cotton and we'll look at it on leather. And if you have one that you like better, maybe it's the cotton. That's fine. It doesn't matter to me. I just know that when you sew with a certain type of needle on certain patterns and certain materials, it's going to present a little bit differently, isn't it? So here is, I'm positioning it as best as I can. Here is the cotton pattern of 342. I'm sorry, yeah, 342. And then here's the leather pattern behind it of 342. See if I can get those positions so you can see them both. There we go. So that's 342 on leather. That's 342 on 2 layers of cotton with a stiffener. And again, we're sewing with, I didn't mention to you, but you probably already guessed, I'm sewing with Coats & Clark Dual Duty XP thread using a quilting needle by Schmetz. So that's the 342 on cotton, 342 on leather. That leather just kind of sucks that thread in, doesn't it? It just sucks that thread in and goes, look at me, baby. Yeah. It's just sexy. It's just beautifully. I love it. I love it. Now I'm giving you a bias, naughty me. But anyway, it does a great job on both materials. My preference is just the leather. I think the leather presents it just a little bit better. Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah, that's my bias. All right, let's do terry stitch now. I'm going to move the cotton to the side. We'll do terry stitch first of all on leather, and then we will do it on cotton to compare the two. I only have a little bit of space left on my cotton. Here, let's do this. All right, so Terry's is 832. Now D is not going to be 2. That doesn't make any sense. D is going to be, control D is going to be this right here. I can't set this on 2, but I can set this on 2. So 8, 3, and 2. Control D is either going to be moving by the cam or it's going to be set on 0 for certain stitches. So I'll set this at 8. I'll set this at 3. And I'll set Control C on 2. But I can't set this on 2 because it's either going to be moving or it's going to be on 0. That's just the way the machine is set up. I'm hoping that Terry doesn't have a goofy stitch card, because if it's telling her to put Control D on 2, then she might have a goofy stitch card. I might have to get her a different one. I'll check underneath the house, see if I can find it. All right. So let me go back to Terry's, which is 832. 832. And we'll actually set that up, see what we get. So Control A is going to be 8. And always whenever you're changing any of these controls, whether it's Control A, Control B, or whatever, make sure that needle is clear of the material. Otherwise, you're going to bend it. So I've got Control A set on 8 now. I've got to put Control B. I got to go back to my camera screen. I can't see where I'm pointing. There we go. I got to put Control B on 3. And then I'll see if it'll allow me to move the needle. If it doesn't, then it's going to be controlling the needle movement as well. Yep, it'll let me move it. So the setting that Terry has for the 2 is actually Control C. It's not Control D. So I'm going to move it to Control. I'm going to move it to the center position. Actually, it's moving now. So that cam is kicking in. So both of these are going to be moving. And I don't know the stitch. So initially this would move, but now it's locked into place. So I'm not going to be able to set Control C or D. The cam up here is going to be controlling that. All I can set is Control A and B. And then this is going to be moving. Yep, this is locked up. When it's locked up, you can't force it. You got to just let the cam do what it's going to do. And hopefully it kicks in right away. So 8-3 is our setting. 8-3 for this next pattern for Terry. All right, let's give this a go. I should back up so you can watch those controls move. Let me back up. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, so we should get movement here. This is locked. That's locked. Let's see what we get. All right, here we go. I'll stop right there for a second. Yep, I can't move it. Control D is locked right now. I can't move it anywhere. So let's see what we get. And this pattern that I can tell you right now, you're going to be able to see it straight away. You're going to be able to see it straight away. I can already see it. The pattern that Terry just gave me, the 8-3, and then she thought that D would be on 2. This is also going to be a twin needle pattern. So she might be looking at the wrong side of the card. That's a very common thing to have happen. But you can see when you look at the stitching that's being delivered right now for this pattern that the owner picked, it's a twin needle pattern. It's not a single needle pattern. I'll finish the stitch row and then you can look at it on the leather. You'll see what I mean. All right, I'm going to stop right there. Yep, that's a twin needle pattern. I'll show it to you up close. You'll see what I mean right away. And again, that's a very common thing. I've seen a number of people present the cards backwards, where they'll show the card like this, and they'll say, this is for twin needle sewing. Well, it's not. This is for single needle sewing. Just like the video that Susie posted the link for, through a certain phase of that, it's going on single needle, and then it phases into twin needle sewing. As soon as you see a twin needle stitch off, you'll know straight away, if you're set up with single needle, that that's what it is. Look at this. See that? Compared to the ones next to it. So that particular stitch pattern is designed for twin needle sewing. Because all you can see right now is basically the needle marks. You can't even see the thread because they're looking for that second thread, just like these other ones over here. They're looking for that second thread to execute that program. And there are a number of people trying to sell these stitch cards aftermarket. And there's others that have videos posted to them, and sometimes they're not accurate. So yeah, just be careful. Single needle, clearly. Twin needle, twin needle, twin needle. Single needle, single needle. You can look at them straight away and tell that that's what they are. But if you have it set up as twin needle, these patterns are going to be spectacular. These patterns will be spectacular with a twin needle setup. Okay. Let me pull out another single needle one, if that's okay. I'm not even going to sew that twin needle one on the cotton because it's going to present basically the same way. So let me go back to single needle. And let me pick out a kind of a fun pattern here if I can do it. Let me see what I can find. Oh, let's see. So the one I picked, did I do that one already? I don't think so. Let me do another one. Okay, I don't think I've done this one. I haven't done this single needle one yet. It's going to be right near the end of where the, if I point the camera to the screen, I can't even see what you're seeing unless I open up my phone. But this is the one right here. You probably can't even see that. This is the one I'm going to try to sew right here. It's that blue one, 641. It may maybe just be gook on the screen because cameras don't do well usually with video screens. But from the starting point, it's going to be, let me see what it is. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. from the starting point of the video, as soon as you gave you the link to, I believe it's going to be the 16th stitch in that lineup for single needle sewing. I believe it's going to be the 16th stitch. We point the camera back down. Let's try this one. 641, 641, 641. Oh, Jim, that's a good point. Jim is saying you can use this for overcasting. 641. Let's see how it lays down in leather. Let's see how it lays down in leather. 641. We got to set ourselves up first. I'm going to change off camera. I'm not going to do it. Notice the needles clear the material. 641. So I'm setting Control A to 6. I'm going to change Control B. This one right here. I'm going to change Control B to, what did I say, 4? 641. Yep. Change Control B to 4. And then I'm going to change Control C to 1, which means it has to be all the way up, giving us a left needle position. And then Control D is going to do its own little dance. Control D, if I do the distance shot, you're going to see it doing its little blah, 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 blah. All right. So, and again, where we're set right now on Control E up here, Control E, we're set on 1. So it's going to give us the most duplication of that pattern. If we were to move it all the way down to 5 or 7, it would stretch that pattern out and we would only see it in a stitch row probably 2 times, maybe 3. So you can try changing this on your machine, but I like the duplication. I like to see the pattern just to see that it's consistently laying that pattern down each and every time, like you see here, where it's getting really, really good replication of that pattern. And you're going to get that greater replication of that pattern when you set your Control E on the lower number region, 1 or 2, maybe 3. If you go above 3, it's going to start to take away that replication of the pattern. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this again. Lay this down in leather first. I'm just going to check my settings one more time. 6, 4, and 1. That is correct. 6, 4, and 1. So let's see what this one does. I believe it was Jim that said this might be a good overcast stitch. Let's see if it is. All right, here we go. I was watching that control over there and I kind of lost sight of what was happening. Yeah, it's kind of like a little bridge thing almost. It's got more of a peak than I would want, but I could change that peak appearance. It's similar to this one. Oh, I got to get my camera up. I can't even see what you're looking at. It's similar to this one. It's not as girthy. It's a little bit more lean, and it's got a little bit more of a peak. On the stitch card, it shows it a little bit more rounded, and that might be the issue of sewing on leather. I guess it does show it peaked. It is peaked on the stitch pattern. I'm looking at the stitch pattern right now, the blue one, 641. Yeah, it's showing it pretty much like you're seeing it right here, which is almost like a baby sister to this one, isn't it? They're real similar. This one's a little bit tighter, almost like an arrow in the middle. This one's a little bit more like a mountain one. Yeah, it's a little bit different, but certainly you could use it for whatever you use it for. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It's nice. Very, very nice. Let me cut that thread and we'll take a look at the lock stitching on the back as well. We've been maintaining incredible tension. We haven't had to make any adjustments. And part of that is when I demonstrated that cleaning for you all, on this upper tension here, I talked about that, the function of this being the pre-calibration. Remember, you loosen this screw, and then if you screw this in further, it's going to give you more pre-tension, which is what I've set Terry's up with, so she doesn't have to goof around with that upper tension as much. But you also, when you set that pre-tension, you always have to check that range. Make sure you can go all the way up to 10. If you can't get all the way up to 10, then you got to back this out. Oh, I cut myself. Look at that. Wonder how I did that. Susie, can you get me a Band-Aid? It looks like my skin's dry and it just, maybe I caught it on something. Daggone it. Terry, I'm taking one for the team. I'm taking one for Terry to show my blood, sweat, and tears, mostly my blood. But yeah, I hope you found this helpful when I went through the cleaning of this and the reassembling of it and all that sort of thing, and the deassembling and disassembling and all that. At any rate, upper tensions can make or break you. They really can. And when you clean them, you got to put them back together properly. You got to calibrate correctly and everything like that. Otherwise, hey, come on in, hon. You didn't even see you yet today. Susie, come in to rescue me. Thank you, sweetie. You want to come in real quick? No, okay. Susie said she don't want to be on camera. Y'all should make her feel guilty. I said, come on in, honey. They haven't seen you yet today. And she's like, no. I'm not going to be on camera. She looks gorgeous. But you know the way, I shouldn't say this, I'll get myself in trouble. But ladies, we found this true everywhere I've lived. I found this true. Ladies are always a little bit more particular about how they want to look if someone's going to see them. You know what I mean? Barbara Bush didn't care. She went out there to get the newspaper with her hair up in curlers and everything. There we go. I'm all set. See? But yeah, Susie, I think most ladies are particular about the way they want to look. You know what I mean? They just are. Yeah. Oh, I was going to show you the lock stitching. So this is the one we just did. It is, the setting is 641. I think that's right. 641. Yep. 641. It kind of creates a pattern. Could you use it for overcasting? I suppose. Yeah. Why not? Might be a little bit wide at certain points for that, but I think it would work. It's a beautiful stitch. That's our lock stitching on the back again with this cowhide. It kind of gets lost a little bit in the nap. Gets lost a little bit in the nap, but all the lock stitching for all of these patterns so far has just really been spot on. So our upper tension is doing a brilliant job with all of the stitches, including this last one we did, 641. So if anyone else, any other stitches they, pardon me, I better get a drink of tea real quick. Let me put on a quick interlude of Christmas music, if that's okay. I've been talking continuously for about 3 hours and 30 minutes, and my throat is getting a little bit dry. Also looks like I have a text message. Let me check text messages real quick. Oh, that was Susie telling me that the owner was in the live stream, which I always appreciate. Appreciate knowing that. So a little bit of Christmas music, and then if there's other stitches that people want to see, or if you type something in earlier, as far as a stitch, a single needle stitch that you want to see, please retype it so that I can honor your request. I want you to feel honored. I want you to feel involved. If you step onto the shadows, I want you to feel like you're an integral part of the classroom, because you are. And so if you type something, or if all of a sudden you look at that link that Susie gave you and you see another single needle pattern, oh, I'd really love to see that. And I want to see it on cotton, or I want to see it on leather, or I want to see it on 100% U.S. Army grade canvas. I want to see it on canvas. Then let me know that, please, and I'll go ahead and do that for you. Okay, I'm going to get a drink of tea and then we'll jump right back into this. All right, there. All right, I got my drink of tea. I think I'm ready to go for another 10 or 15 minutes at least. All right, let me see if I can do another. Oh, Jim was referring to I'm sorry about that, Jim. Yeah, the previous one, an overcast stitch. See, that's the break in communication. Sometimes, have you ever done that exercise where you stand in a line and the first person gives a message to the second person, and by the time it gets to the end of the line, it's a totally different message? It's a totally different message. So thank you for your patience with me as I try to manage all these different facets of doing a live stream. One of these days, one of y'all has to travel to the mountains of southeastern Kentucky and be in the shadows as I do a live stream, and then certainly come in and get involved with the live stream as well. But when you see all the things I'm trying to manage, you're like, holy mackerel, a lot of things to try to manage. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that if I sometimes miss the beat on something, you'll say, yeah, I get it. That dude's crazy. He's doing all kinds of crazy stuff at the same time. So I apologize for that, Jim. Yeah. It's like, all right, let's do another one. Oh, this is an interesting one. I don't know if we've done this one yet. Let me try this one. Oh no, they're going to give me a commercial. Don't give me a commercial. Don't do that. I actually put on here no commercials because I thought that's going to be annoying. All right, the one I'm doing now is, let me see I don't know which one it is. Oops, it just skipped. Daggone it. Let me go back one. Okay, I think this is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This is the 19th stitch as you open up the video that Susie gave you the link for, the 19th stitch. And it's a combination type pattern like Jenny was talking about before, I believe. It's got like a little mountain thing going on. It's got a little peak, mountain peak, mountain peak, mountain peak, mountain peak. It goes back and forth. And again, the setting for it is 741. So if you want to look that up on your stitch card, 741 is the one I'm going to be doing now for single needle. So we got to change Control A to 7. Right now we're on 6. Get my camera back. I can't see what you all are seeing. There we go. I just changed it to 7. We're already on 4. I think I said 741, didn't I? Yep, 741. We're already on, our Control B is already on 4, so I'm going to leave that there. And then 1 indicates Control C. So we need to move it to position 1 or make sure it's on position 1. It's already on position 1. So we're good to go. So we're all set up for this next one. This should be a combination type pattern, kind of a peak in, you'll see what it looks like. You'll see what it looks like. Still have that horsey throat a little bit. Oh, remind me, I can show you all this cool candy that I found at Walmart. And we don't get everything we need at Walmart. Don't get that wrong. But I mentioned in the other live stream when we were presenting Candido and Rachel's machine, the Nordic Husqvarna that I'm going to be shipping out tomorrow. I mentioned that some of the patterns that it sewed look like candy. They look like candy. And I was trying to describe this candy that it looks like. I'll just show you now. It's called ribbon candy. This stuff right here. This was the stuff I was trying to describe to you. Because some of the patterns on that Husqvarna look like this stuff a little bit. See that? So if I ever forget that again, you can say, Scott, you're talking about the thin ribbon candy. It's a classic candy. Apparently, somebody Google and tell me when this ribbon candy stuff came on the scene. It's got to be way, way early. I think this stuff has been around forever. So if somebody wants to Google when they came out with the first ribbon candy that kind of looks like this stuff right here. It looks like some of our stitch patterns. Type that in the live chat if you would. And then we'll all know when this candy came on the scene. But Susie and I are going to try some of this maybe for New Year's. She likes chocolate more, but we can always dip it in chocolate, right? We can dip it in chocolate. All right, so let's try this stitch pattern now. Kind of a combination pattern, as Jenny referred to it, and it has kind of a peak. Let me look at it again. It's got kind of a peak and a hill, like a peak and a hill. Almost looks like Kentucky. We'll call it a Kentucky stitch, maybe. Yeah. All right, let's give this one a try. I got to stop real quick and let you see this control D doing its crazy dance. Then I'll go back down to the pattern again. Hold on a second. All right. I think I might be getting low on bobbin thread. This thing is acting a little weird. We'll be wrapping up this live stream pretty quick anyway. Maybe I should do a quick check on my bobbin thread so I don't run out in the middle of a sew off. This is the combination pattern I was trying to describe to you. And maybe you looked it up on the link that Susie gave you, which is great. But it's kind of a peak and valley type thing, almost like a, I don't know how to describe it, almost like a little steeple in the middle sort of thing. But it's quite lovely. You can compare it with the last one. Isn't that beautiful? It's got that little arch. It looks like a shell almost or something like that. Look at it like this as well. Yeah, it's probably easier to see it this way. But that's a beautiful, beautiful pattern. And we could try laying it down on cotton as well, just to see how it compares and contrasts. But imagine using this in a project. I just think it's spectacular. Let's look at the lock stitching. Lock stitching is spot on. Absolutely gorgeous lock stitching as well. It kind of gets lost in that leather nap, doesn't it? And again, if you didn't see it from the side before, look at the thickness of the leather we're sewing with a quilting needle. Right there. Probably, I said 4 ounces. It might be almost 5 ounces. Not a thin leather. It's definitely not garment leather like you see in a lot of the videos on eBay. Somebody's trying to say, hey, this machine will sew leather until the cows come home. And they're sewing a garment leather. It's like, really? That's not even leather. That's not even real leather. This is real leather. And Terry's machine is making it look like an easy thing. I don't think that quilting needle does as well as a leather needle would necessarily, but it certainly lays down a beautiful stitch. Lays down a beautiful stitch. We only have enough room for one more stitch. I'll lay this stitch down on this cotton, and then we can look at the two side by side and see what we think. Yeah, same pattern on 2 layers of 100% cotton and a stiffener. Here we go. Oops, camera, Scott, camera. Ah, ha, ha, ha! I remembered. I kind of sewed off the material a little bit there. I mean, sewed off the material right here. I'll tell you one thing. I like it on cotton too. I'm always a little bit, where is it? Aha, There it is. I'm a little bit biased when it comes to the leather because I love leather so much, but that really presents well on cotton as well. Let me slide this underneath. You can look at them side by side, sort of. Just ignore that. That material moved on me. Yeah, I like it on cotton too. This particular combination type pattern, as Jenny called it. Yeah, it presents well. I still like the leather maybe a little bit more, but beautiful and beautiful. All these are beautiful, aren't they? These two. Yeah. So I'm going to see if anybody has any other requests. If no one else has any other requests, I'm not going to sew in a circle today. I'm going to sew in a triangle. I have no idea why, but I'm going to sew in a triangle today to wrap up this live stream on leather. I'm going to check my bobbin first to see if I have enough bobbin thread left. And then we'll wrap up this live stream. I'll drop my little table so I can get to that bobbin easier. Y'all didn't see this before at the beginning of the live stream. For this bed on Terry's machine, we've got this extension that we can add to it to give you even more workspace. Kind of slide it in, kind of jiggle it, wiggle it in. Got to unscrew it more. All right, come on, cooperate. Don't be mean. No, you go down. You go down. There you go. Ah-ha-ha. So talk about workspace. And then the little legs fold down as well. I don't know if you can see that in the shot. Probably not. Got these little support legs that fold down as well. And then you've got a bed that's like a quarter of a mile long. I think it was wasn't it 17 and a half inches or something like that? I think it was 17 and a half inches from end to end. Yeah, 17 and a half inches from the end of the bed to the edge of the pillar. That's a huge amount of workspace. Probably one of the biggest workspaces of any of the household machines that any of the manufacturers ever made, quite honestly. It's huge, quite large. But at any rate, I just wanted to show that again in case you missed it. I'll drop this down. We'll check that bobbin to see if we have enough thread left. Just drop it down like this, like a garage door. It tucks in nicely. Take out our bobbin. Get a little bit closer so you can see that. Actually, you can see it better from there, can't you? You see it better right from there. I think we do. Yeah, I think we got enough. We got enough to squeak this out. These bobbins hold quite a bit of thread. You can see what we have left right there. Maybe you can't. It's kind of shadowed, isn't it? Maybe see it from the edge. Let me get my little light. Where is it? Yeah, I probably have about a quarter of a spool left, something like that. Quarter of the bobbin left. I think that'll get us to the finish line. Hopefully. All right, let me put this back in. Don't you love that snap? Snaps in. You're like, I wonder if it's in. You'll know if it's in. You will. You will. Rotate your balance wheel towards you and pull that thread back up. And if you ever have a sewing machine where you're trying to get that thread to come up, if it happens to be a rotary machine, like one of the machines that I'll be working on quite soon, make sure that you're rotating the balance wheel the correct direction. With a rotary machine, on most of the rotary machines, instead of the balance wheel rotating towards you, it rotates away from you. So when you're trying to pull the thread up on most rotary machines, you have to turn the balance wheel to the rear, not to the front. If that doesn't work, then you might have an issue with hook timing, because hook timing will also affect that not coming up when you're trying to draw that thread up. All right. Another little mini class. Look at all you're getting today. Oh my goodness, this is great. All right. So what was I going to do? I was going to check that. Oh, and then we're going to sew in a triangle. If anybody wants to pick, especially the owner, if the owner wants to pick the last stitch, I'll be sewing around kind of the edges to maybe some Christmas music or something like that, or maybe I'll put some polka music on since it's a German machine. And anyone, including the owner, especially the owner, if they want to pick the final stitch from that link that Susie shared several times, go and pick that stitch, and I'll try to lay that stitch down on this final sew off as we sew around to, yeah, what the heck, we'll put on some polka music. See if I can find some good polka music. Here, I got it. Oh, German polka music, that's even better. All right, so grab your stein. Grab something. I don't see anybody picking a stitch. There's no stitch picking. I guess I'll pick a stitch. Oh, let's see here. Oh, that's a fun one. All right, the final stitch I'm going to pick, let me turn that off real quick. The final stitch I'm going to pick is, I think it's a good one to sew around in a diamond shape or a triangle shape. And it is, as far as single needle sewing on the video that Susie gave the link to, it's the second to the last stitch. The second to the last stitch. And the setting is 842, I believe. 842. So we'll get that set up and we'll do our final sew off here. 842. We don't do much with Control B. We're kind of stuck on 4, aren't we? And then the 2 is going to be the needle position. It's going to give us a center needle position right there. All right, our final sew off. I want to thank everybody for joining us today and being so patient with another super long live stream. Well, we covered so much. We had maintenance tips and all kinds of other cool stuff. And I want to thank the owner, Terry, from Ohio, for the opportunity of having this great machine in the workshop and being able to get her back to greatness again. It took a lot of work, and took also the replacement of that mechanism that we've been relying on so heavily during this live stream. Got to change back to the camera because I can't see what you're seeing right now. Yeah, this mechanism right here. This mechanism right here has been making all the magic as far as generating those really cool decorative ornamental type stitches, those combination patterns. And again, this is a faulty one. And now Terry's got a great one that will do the job for her. So at any rate, great to have all you here today. And yeah, we'll see you probably after the first of the year with another machine to present. I don't know what it's going to be. We've got to look around. We've got a couple local machines that came in as well. These over here that belong to Jackie. They actually belong to her grandmother. That right there, if you don't recognize it, is a 99K. And that's a dressmaker over there. Yeah, so you'll see those machines eventually pop up on a live stream. And maybe Jackie's local, so maybe Jackie can come out and actually be at the live stream with us. We've had owners at the live streams before. I think you know that. And that's always fun. It's always fun to have owners there. All right, let's do this final sew off. See how I'm going to start this out here. I'm used to sewing in a circle. You really don't have to pick a corner. When you're sewing a triangle, you got to pick a corner. Let's see here. All right. Holy cow. 728 likes. Those people must have hit like at the beginning of the live stream when we had that big audience of people that came in. 728 likes already. Leaping lizards. Wow. That's super cool. All right, final sew off. Let's put on some polka music. If you're from Wisconsin, like Teresa and Tim, I expect you guys to do a little bit of polka dancing, okay? I know Teresa's recovering from her surgery. She can just bop a little bit, and Tim can do the dipping and all that sort of thing. So get ready for some polka music. Herr Obermeister, we got to do the sew off. Herr Obermeister. Hey. You can't control this guy when there's polka music. Ha ha ha. All right, here we go. Final sew off. Ha ha! I didn't plan to stop there, but I did. I'm going to keep sewing. Y'all break away when you need to break away. It's cool. Yeah! What are you guys laughing at? Hey, Herr Obermeister. All right, I'm going to change the pattern. That's gorgeous. Look at that. Yeah. Four, 4, 2. Gotta bring my needle up. 442. 442. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Simple. The Enthusiast Polka. United States Marine Band. Nice. I tried to make a heart. I tried to make a heart.